Alright, folks, good morning. Was going to stream yesterday. Wow! Now there's an icebreaker. The moment that I press the unmute and the live scene buttons, just suddenly choking on my own spit. What a way to start the stream. Was good to stream yesterday. But just as my thigh started to recover from all the heavy lifting I had to do post-fire, ended up practically bedridden all day yesterday because my back was just killing me. I couldn't even sit for 5 minutes, let alone a whole day stream. Thankfully, it doesn't appear to be anything on the spine itself. It feels more like right here on the right side of the lower back, so I'm thinking I must have pulled or torn some muscle that's trying to rebuild itself. And it's still pretty rough, but I could sit. I still can't bend down easily, gotta squat for most of the things I gotta do low, and even then I gotta ask other people to help me out. Oh. Hey, Onyx. You're being very active right now, Onyx. I thought this was your nap time, baby, because you got to move around all last night and all this morning. Do you want me to let you out, Onyx? You're just finding a place to be right now. He's wiggling. He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. He's gonna jump from bed to dresser. And there he goes. Behind the computer. So, we left off the last time. And then on top of the computer, with the internet getting very, very destable and still making the stream very, very disable or unstable by the end. But we finished off having taken a bit more of the Tunisian coastline. More of Indonesia has fallen to my Organ colony. And right now we have Casaspelli on Banten we have to use too. Within 3 years' time. Volcaria, hello! Holy frames, is that bad right now? Yeah, it was dropping pretty bad earlier. It can't be helped. It'll be stable for a while, and then drop a whole lot all at once, and then go stable again for a bit. And then once my back is turned, it'll just drop practically half the entire frames of the entire stream. So, that is merely the Wi-Fi environment that I have to put up with right now. The Wi-Fi itself isn't too bad. The trouble is that the Wi-Fi is around corners, downstairs, around more corners, further corners, between houseplants here or there, pretty large ones too. So the RF propagation isn't doing its best right now. But hey, Volcaria, hope things are going well for you. Where's my alerts? I thought I checked on my... There they are. Still broken, though. It's still not showing the actual visual element of it. Volcaria, thank you for the subscription. Merry Christmas to you, too. Enjoy your new wealth of emotes. Let's see. We do have Casaspelli on Sunda. We don't have one for Egypt just yet, but I feel like Volcaria, holy heck, thank you for the 5 gift subs to Second Side, Emily SSB, Days Hero, Casanova Wow, and Lost Sire. Dang. Thank you very much, Volcaria. Look at you with the Christmas spirit. Endless appreciation. Thank you again. So no CB on Egypt, but I think we could call for Crusade on them. If we do Crusade on Egypt, alone, they kicked my butt. The last time we declared war on Egypt, they only have low-level forts. We took all these forts between Katia and Mahala, and thus took over a lot of their prosperous land, to include the war target. But the trouble isn't taking the land, it's holding it. Egypt has fewer regulars than I do, but hundreds of thousands of levies swarming over all of my regulars just completely overwhelms them. It becomes a race to see who could deplete their morale the fastest. And when they have 10,000 more joining in, 10,000 more joining in, 10,000 more joining in, 10,000 more joining in, even with nothing but a levy swarm, they're able to just keep the morale topped off, while my regulars got no choice but to fight themselves to exhaustion, break, and flee. That's pretty scary. When they have so many bodies they're willing to throw into the fight, that it doesn't matter if they're low quality, it doesn't matter if they're depopulating their working population. The Mamluks are very willing to throw everything into the fire to keep us out. So I feel like calling for crusade might be the right thing to do. Everybody else will go for the Holy Land. And ideally, they'll keep Egypt occupied for a while. While our two stacks here rush over to the important bits to stake our claim. That's what I want to do. They've also got 11 subjects between tributaries, fiefdoms, and vassals, all of whom have very excellent loyalty to Egypt, and so all of whom will be joining the fight. Dodkadirids, I think, are the ones closest to being a threat to me. The rest don't really matter. But because we don't have Casus Belli on them, I think we'll begin by taking the fight to Sunda. Of course, that even implies that the Pope is willing to accept my call for crusade. The Pope kind of hates me right now. Minus 78. I'll look away for a second. Bitrate still stable. Trying to think, is there anything else I can do with the Pope to get him onto my side? The subreddit seems to imply that after you have successfully kicked the Pope out of Italy, there's no reason to stay Catholic, you might as well ditch him. And in fact, the current dynasty are Hussites, with no way to change them back as far as I know. Oh man, the Pope is 69 bucks I could ask him for. Hype train success. Volcaria, this is a historic moment. Because of your generosity, you have given me my first hype train in my stream's history. That is not something a lot of people can boast in 2025. A lot of X's and offering actions. Opinion minus 16. My diplomatic reputation's pretty good, apparently. 11.6 right now. Prestige is given an extra 2. If I'm at 54 prestige, I'm guessing every 25 gives an extra 1 then. That's not a whole lot from prestige, but then again, diplomatic reputation is about all that high anyway. The number of nobles of a primary or accepted culture. So not just tolerated. I have a lot of tolerated cultures. But only 1, 2, 3. Primary and accepteds. Currently at 3.03 out of 3.62 accepted cultures. Who's got the most people in me? Greek, followed by Tunisian. We could make Tunisians an accepted culture. That would take up 3.06 of my capacity entirely and put me over. Greek would be 1.76. And I'm already at 3.03. So I haven't got the bandwidth, sadly. Maybe if I put my cabinet members on assimilating people to such an extent that they go extinct. Like Corsicans are barely any part of the population right now. Not even an entire integer. And it's super cheap to remove them too. Only 0.87 stability. Albanians also getting pretty low. We got Turkish pops, who haven't been accepted into us yet. We do have the bandwidth to accept, not to accept them, to tolerate them. Why not? They're in the country, they are our citizens, we'll go ahead and accept them. Or to tolerate them. Only 0.47. 0.03 to 0.36, we could afford 0.7 or 0.47. 30.5. So, just under the limit. Now, for this war with Sunda. Their capital's right over there. Capital, city, and that's basically it for them. However, their capital and their city both are within the zone of control of this level 4 fort over here. No, wait, no, they do have a fort over here. Never mind then. So we can take that. They got a fort. Only level 2. I'm pretty sure that this zone of control will still spread over there, because that's Damak. That's his tributary. So they will be joining the war, I'm pretty sure. Economic hegemon. Completely not true. The game just bugged, and it likes to peg you as the economic hegemon after you load the game for the first time. Not for the first time, when you load the game at all. economic hegemon. We're catching up to the Kingdom of Great, or the Kingdom of Great Wu, but we're less than half of their economic might. So that is not going to happen. That's going to flip right back to them as it's supposed to. Must have more than 3,443 monthly income from trade and tax. I think they might have me beat. Heavy ships. I'm 100 behind on that. But I feel like Great Wu's going to be making more and more. Military hegemon. We're coming up behind him. I need more money. But I only need 77 more regulars. 77,000 more regulars. I think it could be done. At this point, at this empire size, sorry, kingdom, there's a papal bull on empires. Let's do it. No, manpower is only at 1,000 right now. Let's wait for a bit. We'll build manpower up. We do have 3 years after all. We'll station these guys here. Build up some cash, build up some manpower before we deploy this war. And we do have all these lacquerware manufactories building too. Getting more free maps out of our trades. And how's this spy game looking? All these lacquerwares, all these minting offices. And the estate constructions? There's not too many estate buildings that benefit the estate more than the state. But there's a lot of modern roads, medical buildings, actual commercial things. There's some local shrine. Local shrine doesn't do too much for me. Clergy power 10 and blocks the conversion of clerics, and that's it. That's nothing major, I don't care about that. Lutherans are getting pretty high up though, as are the Piedmontese. Oh man, 94 angry Lutherans. This is when a country decides to offer assistance to a group of rebels in a different country with the hope that if the rebels are victorious, the new government in place will be friendly towards them. So that's where you see if France or the Ottomans or whatever else are going to be supporting the rebels that time. I wonder how far up that shows up then. "82 Arpitan nobles and 11 Sclavine peasants." Oitilo. Okay, that's over there. Piedmontese patriots have no support. 300 dudes, mostly showing up here and there. And then everybody else is so far behind that they don't even matter. Here, we'll give our regulars some practice. General the Second Army. A dying generation, Taki. They don't make them like they used to, do they? Great Wu, we have enough spies to get more maps. Where do I want maps on now? We could slowly start filling in the entirety of Asia. At this point, I'm probably not going to take anything over in India. I'm trying to see what places highlight up. Karazm they have visibility on. Let's see what lies beyond the Caspian. Livestock fish. A whole lot of sand. Gonna be very paranoid and check over my bitrate right now. It's actually been fairly stable since the start of stream. Still looking at the same steady 5,000, but the total dropped has been reduced from 30% of all frames this stream to a mere 10%. Hopefully, it keeps that pattern up. Possible government reform +1. We got so many reforms now. Crown power 10. Slower estate satisfaction decay. Progress with centralization, absolution. Cheaper change policy cost. Less parliament request issue support needed. Progress towards innovative and free subjects for national assemblies. Plutocratic ethos. Parliament-based support, legislative efficiency and plutocracy. Harbor administration for cheaper navy maintenance, progress towards naval. And on every single coastal location, proximity through port -5, and development growth +10%. Administration of shipyards, a further -2, proximity cost through ports and progress towards naval. And every coastal urban location gets more harbor capacity. And of course, exchange of ideas for faster research progress, institution growth, and innovative. We could put a further 1-1 towards heathen and heretical beliefs. It won't help me out too much. We get a 1.1 for primary religion tolerance, a 1.7 for heathen tolerance, but we do suffer a -1.2 for heretics. Every country gets a base value of 2.5. Destroying heretic autocephalous patriarchate gives us a -1.94 till the end of the game, I'm pretty sure. And Jesuits give a further -1. So it doesn't matter if you have no censorship, no tolerance. Tolerance ideas, Constitution of Melfi, and a whole lot of humanist. They still hate that we destroyed their patriarch. And the Jesuits are kind of causing some friction. This could help. Mostly in the form of fewer rebels. Admiralty regime was fun for a generation. Faster shipbuilding speed. Religious laws enforced don't give any penalties to heretics or heathens. Huh. Peasant land inheritance for free subjects. And a further 10% tax efficiency. Tax efficiency is currently 27.5. And it appears to just add up. That they just add the value on. So, an extra 30% could be pretty cool. Plus 10%. Fixed vassal obligations would also help with all these whiners here. 15 will help. My Madagascar colony get back above 50. My West Coast colony. Bulbancha. I forgot who Bulbancha is already. Who's Bulbancha? I've completely forgotten Bulbancha. Roanoke would be happier, but they don't have much economic output there. Kondul, same. Olgan has cloves. Havana has a lot of good stuff. So fixed vassal obligation would be very helpful for me. Just in my seat, and there goes my back. Oh. Right now, it feels like mostly a pinch. 20% culture capacity and free subjects. Raw material output, traditional economy. Subject opinion, but not loyalty, so I don't really care. Logistics distance. You know, one of the things in some of the updates Johan's been putting out on the forum is that they're kind of unhappy that nobody uses mercenaries. I don't use mercenaries. I tried once. It was kind of confusing for the first week of playing, and I couldn't justify the cost. So one of the changes they are making to further updates of the game is making mercenaries cheaper, significantly cheaper, I think they described it, so that players could see them as a viable option. Double the state power and 20% parliament-based support. I think I'm all right. Hot cocoa's supposed to go in my mouth, not my robe. 5% tax efficiency, culture, tradition, and inward. Noble literacy. Noble power in exchange for tax efficiency. Noble power right now is a mere 12%. It doesn't matter what they get. But 5% tax efficiency is pretty small. Bank ledgers need capital economy. Minus 0.02 monthly inflation is more money I can get off minting. Cheaper trade maintenance, so bank ledger system is pretty damn good. Some people swear by universal serfdom, but it's only 33% crown power. And minus 50 peasant power, they barely get any. State-backed merchant fleet. 50 mercantilism and 50 naval. The light ship maintenance cost is nice. Tolerance from heretics, a further -1. Discipline. Fewer weaponry output I don't mind, because there's never really a major need for weaponry. Crown power 20. Centralization and absolution. 50 absolutism and 50 centralization. Horse artillery requires offensive. Okay. For now we'll get... We'll get that fixed vassal obligation. Also, look who's come online. See, they at least got transcoding the lucky... The lucky so-and-sos. Okay, let me peel away for a second to pop into someone else's chat real quick. Alright, back to my own stream. That's what I'm here for. Let's get that loyalty of subjects up. It'll be a bit of help. And given him at 41%, 0.95 crown power. Maybe we could sacrifice Royal Decree. Or maybe Plutocratic Ethos? We're at 34 plutocracy so far, making the cost of court cheaper by 0.69. Burger power inflated to 17.43%. Burger power above 25 gives us better navy maintenance, trade capacity, plutocracy, smaller maximum tax for the burgers. Clergy gives research. So, strengthening up the clergy wouldn't be the worst thing. France's city there looks like a blot on Italy. Interregnum! Sad news. King Ladislao Angio died at the age of 57. His late majesty died while the navy was at port in Kandangwesi. Our religious minorities will mourn the passing of someone of his great, tolerant nature. An inspiring leader who was indeed tolerant, though expansionist. Okay, how long will this interregnum go on for? First, let's get more artillery in here. 11 more artillery. Taking up all my money. One more cannon for Dad. With the death of King Ladislao Angio, the nobility has gathered in Napoli to choose a new king to rule over Italy. Is it going to be Angio, or Ladislao Angio, with his 60, 44, and 62, cabinet member in Ogun? He's 18 years of age, which is nice, that'll give him time to rule, but his stats are pretty mediocre for my liking. Carlo Angio, 66, 46, 67. Older. For worse stats, he's got... I think the 67 is because he's joined a, what is it? An order of chivalry that gave him an extra 15. Filippo Angio, 56, 70, 69. 35 years of age would also take him a while. If he dies around the same time as Ladislao did, then that'll give him 20 good years. But the stats are a little bit better. We'll give it to Filippo. Then again, there's Crown Prince Alphonse of Eiffel. Heir to the Kingdom of Hungary. Heir to England, Hungary, Poland, Galway, and a whole bunch of minor stuff. So, if we give it to Eiffel, then we could join the crowns of Italy and the crowns of Hungary and every place else. This isn't Crusader Kings, right? So I don't need to be married to the Anjou dynasty. If we choose to elect Crown Prince Alphonse of Eiffel, I mean, that'd be the best gameplay choice for a whole wealth of reasons. At 22 years old, his stats are phenomenal. 87, 81, and 100. And I'll be joining Hungary to us at a personal union. But it would mean forsaking our Angios again. We could always let them back in afterwards. But given how long it would take to absorb something as massive as Hungary, I would need to change my inheritance laws too. So it would have to make... would have to make the nobles unhappy by taking away their power to elect the new king. And make it more hereditary for a few generations. I assume at Hungary's size, it's going to take, let's see, it's 1667 now. It's gonna take ages to absorb them, I bet. It's heartbreaking. It's truly heartbreaking because this feels like my rare opportunity to combine our crowns. What if I put a save down, just so we could see mechanically how long it would take to absorb Hungary? At the very least, I wouldn't have to worry about the about not being the senior partner. We're the number 2 great power in the entire world right now. Hungary doesn't even rank. Okay, they rank at number 12. That doesn't even rank. So if we were to go for Crown Prince Alphonse for a generation, a completely different dynasty now. Shocking how I've abandoned our roots. Well, this wouldn't put us at a personal union yet, because Pops is still alive. And he's 48 years old, so he's probably going to live for a good long while. So we don't get a union yet. Should I? Because we are going to inherit. He is heir. Hey, Dark Sonata, you hope all is well? It's getting better, Dark Sonata. I found over the past few days that I had developed some pretty painful back problem. I attribute it to, after the fire, having to pretty much work for 3, 4 hours straight, boxing, bagging everything I could, hauling everything out of the apartment, down the stairs, carrying it to the car, carrying it down the road, carrying it to the garage. A whole lot of heavy movement in such little time to try to beat the darkness isn't very good on the back. Especially with how much heavy stuff we had. But it's been better today. It was bad enough to knock me pretty much into a bedridden state yesterday. It still pinches and stings when I move the wrong direction, but it's not as bad as it was yesterday at least. Ooh. So, I will take not as bad as a good thing. Adopting to local culture only loses me 20 prestige. Prestige currently given me cultural influence, diplomatic reputation of 1.96, market attraction, great power score of 12. We'll get the local culture. This is an Italian realm that he's ruling, so he shall be King Alfonso di Eiffel now. Resting today? Yesterday was rest day. Yesterday was me wanting to stream. But I couldn't even sit in the chair for 5 minutes without aching up, so I just laid in bed playing some Zelda Oracle games on the Switch. Which helped, given that at the very least I can move around a bit more without aching. Still can't bend down, still can't squat all the way down to pick up Onyx if it's time to bring him in. But better's better. And why am I... Fresh ruler minus 1k. Fresh ruler giving me a penalty for the time being. Let's try to get back up to max. I like being on max legitimacy. Game speed is also something they want to look at for future updates. Because, like, Speed 3 is pretty slow, going tick after tick after tick. You know? It speeds through the hours, but it's still speeding through hours. And then 5 is pretty fast. So I think what they said is going to put a few middling speeds in the middle. But do I want to do this way? Do I want to sacrifice the Angios for a generation just so that the DI fills could inherit? Because Hungary's inheritance law... Where could I see what inheritance law they have? Cognatic primogeniture. Heir is the oldest male child of the current ruler. Females may also inherit if there's not a more suitable male. I don't think that I could make everyone of the personal union match with a elective succession type. Because that'll mean they all get to choose their own heirs. And it wouldn't necessarily have to be the same one. EU5. Dynastic, succession, and PUs? Elective succession causes PUs to break Paradox Forum. Can't change succession law. Game refuses to elaborate why. Probably have the noble estate law right to inherit. Experience the same issue, mate. Tooltip is useless. Need 80 plus noble satisfaction to change something, huh? Bribe the estate to 80 and it worked. Here's a code. Inactive elective succession. Use election equal yes. Yada yada yada, yada yada yada. Whoever configured that it had in mind that the lock was for switching out of dynastic elective, rather than switching in. So, according to one Reddit thread from 27 days ago, I might be able to get other members of the Hungarian Union to embrace my elective succession if I maybe get the nobility up. Paradox Forum. Bug report about succession breaking PUs. Put on dynastic elective, ruler died, brief interregnum. All the titles ruled by regents. Caused the entire PU, with all of its integrations, to break off. When elections were finished, 5 of the titles went to nephews and brothers, including some fiefs they became vassals. Remaining PUs that I kept reset to integration level 0. So, it sounds like you can, at least as of this bug report, from pretty much right on launch, maintain some PU members with succession, but not very reliably. Hey, Emily! Lucky France? Chunky France? Oh, yes. It's not just a chunky France, it's a chunky France and Bohemia married together in a never-ending alliance. So at this point, I'm pretty much giving up on the idea of expanding onto the continent. PU seem kind of bad this game. Yeah, playing as Naples, I at least started off with Province, which was small enough and easy enough to integrate. As a personal union member, I'm toying with the idea of ditching the Angio dynasty that I've been following the entire game to switch over to a crown prince of Hungary, just for the possibility of getting them into a personal union and then integrating all this into me. You know, all of the Balkans and Carpathias going to me. Thessaly going to me. These little remaining bits of Italy around Venice that Hungary got to first, back to me. If I can do that through peaceful annexation, it might be worth going a generation or two. But because I have dynastic election succession, I'm kind of doing some research first to see if it's worth it to me right now to go this route. It'd be a chance of biting into Hungary if I can keep them together. You wish you just conquered them and cut them up into tiny vassals instead? After the initial crop of personal unions, I definitely haven't willingly made any further ones. Heck, even vassals alone were too many for me. Converted all those vassals into overseas colonies instead, because at least then they're a little bit nicer. Steps to reproduce. Be in PU, have some sort of elective, die, All titles go to interregnum, PU resets to integration 0. Other PUs completely break off, no response or anything. So that's of no help to me. One month ago, PUs and succession laws broken. PU system broken for nations that picked elective succession. You haven't played the last few patches? I've been having fun with them. Kind of riding the wave along their highs and lows, bouncing along, occasionally almost capsizing. PUs always break upon ruler death, where the senior partner has elective succession even if succession laws are synchronized. A few days later, PUs can sort of be restored by picking the same ruler as the other PU partners did, but this actually forms a new PU rather than keeping the existing one, resetting all policy progress. With the average ruler lifespan, this is basically impossible to ever integrate PUs before the whole process repeats again. This sounds promising. This actually does sound promising because I get to pick for everyone then? By picking the same ruler as the other PU partners. No, as the other PU partners did, so they choose and then you choose, it looks like. Because I was thinking, if we all just pick the same guy, we could pick an Angio the next generation, and then change succession laws to something more hereditary. But that assumes they pick the same people then. PU break at every succession because of the interregnum. Each ex-PU member has to make their own independent choice of ruler. Always been able to pick the option that 2 other ex-PU members got, which formed to a new PU. Choice is somewhat synchronized. Creates a brand new PU, resetting integration levels and law timers. Okay, so, well, this would be the gameplay strategy best option. Ditching my Angios to go with the D Eiffels, and then uniting Italy and Hungary. Is it worth it? Who would I form Italy as? I began as a little Napolis. Napoli to 2 Sicilies, eventually becoming Italy once basically 99% of Italy was owned, so it's a bit after the fact that. Declaring myself Italy once everyone else already sees me as Italy for the past generation. I'm torn. I don't have to pick up Hungary, even though it has a lot of stuff that I want in it. I think we'll go back and redo that thing. It's only a couple months ago. Even though this would be a very rare opportunity to unite the crowns. We're gonna stick with our Angios. And it seems like trying to wrestle with the dynastic elective succession across multiple PUs doesn't seem to be a very smart strategy right now. It's an interesting choice, and I think all I would have to do is spend a few decades in changing my inheritance law, then Pops dies, inherit Hungary, England the rest. Inherit England too. Maybe there is poetry to this, because we did begin with the Hungarians trying to get a piece of that Neapolitan pie. So, maybe, in the late game, Hungary taking over after all. Do I? I've been basically curating these angios. Because it's not just Italy and Hungary that's going to unite. And England, and Poland, and Galway. They even have a minor Beylik over there at the Black Sea, and Thessaly, and the Pale, and Moldavia. Luxembourg, who cares? Stettin, who cares? Do I have a specific end goal as this run? This run is basically learning the game. Most of my Paradox game experience has been through Crusader Kings. Crusader Kings 2 I spent literally tens of thousands of hours in. Basically no life that from 2013 onwards. CK3 is alright, but was far too simplified. Imperator Rome gave a nice bit of granularity to me that I enjoyed. And so because this is brand new Paradox game and of a style that I'm not all too accustomed to, basically getting to the end and learning as much as I can learn is an ambitious enough goal for me. And given that this is, a game that just launched last month and is going to be changing so much across the first year alone, I might as well get some foundational knowledge in. Oh, you too, CK2 being your first. CK2 was so good. Filippo's not a bad option. I'm torn. I'm severely, severely torn. You know, once I pick Crowned Prince Alphonse instead. And he's English! He's English at that! It's gonna force all the Angios into the noble estate. And then Crown Prince Alphonse is basically gonna be by himself in the Crown estate. I think we'll do it. It'll give us something to do outside of Conquest, especially since continental progress is gonna be a bit rough, with France aligned to Castile and Bohemia aligned to France. It'll be a new direction, it'll be something else we can try on. Alright. I did reload to change my mind, and we're gonna go with Alphonse after all. You think you like CK3 a bit more, Emily? Most people tend to. CK2 definitely dominates for me, but CK3 is definitely the more popular girl of the ball. And there are some things I do like in CK3. The flexibility in culture and religion especially. And if they had a way of just copy-pasting the title distribution of CK3 to CK2, then as far as I'm concerned, that'll make CK2 perfect. Because CK2, you basically have to, like, click, right? And then you just get a full disorganized list of titles that you want to give away one by one by one by one. Whereas in CK3, they simplify it. You can pick as many titles as you want to give away. Just go straight through the list, this, and that. So that was simplification in a good way. But the rest just hasn't captured me as much. Alphonse of Eiffel. I mean, technically he's still of the Angio line. His mother, Giovanna, was Carlo's kid. There's great-grandpa. Son of King Luigi, so we are kinda down the family line, just of a different dynasty now. Ah, this back. Because we've gone Hussite at some point in time. We're running out of people we can canonize. If only there was a way to have my individual characters or rulers embrace the primary state religion. It's kind of neat that they don't need to if the laws don't say they have to. But it'd be nice to swap back over. Cold and wet fields. Food relief from Anaba. Fairly recently conquered Anaba, and already we're taking food away from them. King Alfonso V and Neapolitan people. I could have sacrificed 20 prestige. Or I could just lose 10 legitimacy. Or 7 stability. I'm already at 57 stability, or 59 stability. But I think I'll keep it. They will learn to love their foreign English ruler in time. Military Nah. No, that's impossible. Unless the Great Wu has just sacrificed a whole lot of troops. There's supposed to be alerts. There's supposed to be alerts, but for whatever reason, my Twitch alerts are broken. But Emily, thank you for the follow. Yeah. Oh no. I guess Great Wu did just sacrifice a whole bunch of their guys. They were so much... I needed like 190,000 in order to overtake them. But I guess they just dropped everyone they had. Yeah, there was a text, but there's supposed to be more of a thing. For whatever reason, the visual things are just missing right now. Let's see, like it's supposed to look. Sending test alert. Evidently isn't sending. There we go. Tikwa to come out. It's supposed to look like that for follows. And apparently is being so sluggish coming off it stopped halfway through. Or it's gonna double up. Alright. Enough test alerts, I only clicked the button once. We've seen it, get out of there. .22 artillery, with one more going. I'll have to go through at some point and figure out why the alerts on Twitch aren't making their way on over this side. They're working enough that the text of the alert comes through, it's just not the audio-visual parts that's working. Should be capturing the correct URL. So I don't know. And it works when I send a test alert. If I send a test alert, and the test alert works, then you'd assume that the regular alert would in real time as well. Who knows? Twitch being Twitch. I was gonna say 10 more artillery, but I haven't got the money for 10 more artillery. I suppose 6,900 artillery is good enough for now. Oh. Legitimacy's getting low again. How's my cash looking? 800 a month? Drain everything to get a whole integer per month? That'll be what? 38 months of minus 490? Nah. We do a whole integer 4 months for now. Porcelain. Control area. More mortar. I guess I don't need this person on stabilized country, given stability is already great. Let's put you on strengthened government to make it cheaper. 0.5 a month at this cost? Cut the time down from 3 years to maybe a year and a half. None can quite understand it. 1 minute we had a glorious navy that the whole nation took pride in. Now the world laughs at our fleet. Given how many navies we have destroyed, they're just laughing because they hate us, and they hate us because they ain't us. 10 prestige or lose 7,000. The glory days will return. Thought they were fighting on my land for a second there. I'm surprised this war's still going. Hasn't Castile kicked their butts already? Show superiority war goal. How much of this do we think is going to turn into Castile? We'll wait till about 10,000 manpower, I think. Then we'll go against Sunda. So June, I dropped 1 place in the Great Power ranking. How? Who? Bohemia? No. Why? An extra 250 from Holy Roman Empress. What's their score at? 1492? And mine's at... I love how hovering over their number gives their score breakdown. But hovering over my number down here just gives me the same as that. The number here is impotent. I gotta go up to this number all the way up there. All the way up there. 1467. They've beaten me by 30. The fuckers. I was going to check until that popped up. On, what was it? What was I going to check on? Right, Parliament. 2 years ago? Okay, gonna be well then. Sunda. Sunda, with your lack of allies, 1 tributary, and a personal unit with Majapahit, will take you all on. Stronger than them? Granted, that's counting all my armies and not just the little expeditionary troop we have here. Parliament approved claim. We cannot start a war with rebels close to raising. Lutheran zealots progress above 95%. Come on. I could take them on. Lutherans aren't anything. There's 90 guys. That's it. 78 nobles and 11 of their baldricks. That's it. And they're all the way up there. That's all of them. Are they even on the castle, or are they the one over? They're not even on the castle. Come on. Alright, march them all in. And they're not even anywhere close to firing. They're plus 11 per month. .11 times 12. In a single year, they'll gain 1.32 progress. So by next year, they'll be at 96.5. I gotta wait about 6 years, 6.5 years for them to get high enough. Wadok. Let's cut off on inflating you, on assimilating you. And I guess we can crack down on rebels again. Just to get Lutherans below 95. The Piedmontese looking 93. Oh man, 93 is getting pretty close. Whenever you hear someone say Majapahit, you think of the history of the entire world video. The guy pronounces it wrong like 6 different ways. I haven't seen that one in ages, I should rewatch it. But that's basically the Guinea experience too. The Guinea promise is to butcher every single language, including the ones I speak naturally. Alright, now that these guys are below 95. It's not too big a war. In fact, Damak hasn't even joined in. Only Sunda Majapahit. Though they did join as a co-belligerent given the personal union. So they are able to call their ally in Tondo. Bring him. Minus 44 a month. Also going to be losing legitimacy. Because ruler not commander during war. And I've since learned it wants me on the biggest stack there is. There. That's how they... I guess it's an anti-cheese thing. If you have the requirement that the ruler needs to be a commander during war, that you can't just put yourself on a tiny 1 levy stack up in the mountains, or put yourself on a light ship's tour across the Mediterranean, just building up maritime presence while everybody else goes to war. They demand you're in the biggest stack there is, be it army or navy. Get morale up first. We'll give him a little bit of a chance. And we're gonna drop so much morale just marching over. No, didn't drop all the morale marching over. Miracle. And because Damak isn't joining up on this war, we don't gotta worry about their bigger fort over here. And I have neglected to drop any garrison over. So 10 whole defenders. But it doesn't matter. Party wipe is party wipe. Zero percent. 0%. I've taken their capital. I have wiped out their army. 0. One of the issues of the game is that it still has the very paradox problem of every war having to be a total war situation. And I think easier war score can only help with that. Especially if you're going to take something more peripheral, right? Like it's one of the dangers of doing anything in Italy. Because chances are Bohemia is going to be HRE, and chances are, if you want to do things up here, everybody's going to be HRE, or there'll be an actual fiefdom of Bohemia. And so for the longest time, any activity up here, and even if I want to take Novara back, would require go against Bohemia, all their 5,000 vassals and fiefdoms, and so on, so on. Just a full military might of them against a full military might of me. But if it were easier to do a war for a more distant thing relative to them, and we pop down, do some quick occupation, kick out the people defending, and then force a peace, then I think it might get some more dynamic, smaller scale conflicts, especially along people's edges and borders. Right now it has to be an all for nothing, because you do have to take so much before the war score starts to turn anything appreciable. And so it does have to be my nature, all of yours against all of theirs. Unless you have some little guy like this you can bully. Level 2 forts. Easy, easy. Okay, Majapahit. I'm starting to catch the pronounce it differently every single time bug. You've only got 84,000 troops. 6,300 infantry regulars, 1,000 cavalry regulars, 1,000 artillery. But they do have 69,000, nearly 70,000 infantry levies. So it could still be, it could become completely overwhelmed kind of situation. I could try to take their capital quick and dirty. If they're smart, they'll have infrastructure to prevent me easily disembarking. Coastal fort. Hostile disembark time modifier doubled. Which is good. It's clever. So maybe we'll go to this sea zone, drop them off here, then march over. It'll be much quicker without losing as much morale. Egypt joined the... Great. Great. Fantastic. So... Well, this is all the more reason, then, to try to do a crusade against Egypt if the Pope will be willing for that. Because it'll be the Pope's war against Egypt, and it wouldn't have to do anything with my coalition at all. Yeah? Though they probably also have armory, dock, coastal forts. We could just march over, take that first. Coastal fort here too, though. Yeah, alright. It's a trio of coastal forts here then. Because they're smart and put them every place they could. $250 defenders. Bet. So that would have been tripled the disembark time and hostile attrition then between 1, 2, 3. Cold and wet fields, send food. And what's this? Apothecary? Just vote for it. I'll get happier clergy. Why not? Oh, hello. What have we got here? 7 heavies and 31 transports. 5 more transports and 1 extra heavy for me. Which is good. I was thinking about getting more heavies this way, but if they're just gonna feed them to me, I'll take their donations. It's alright. It's alright. Starting off with less morale, but we got the quality. And still lost 1,000 dudes. And then fresher stack! Fresher stack of 19,900 they snuck in. It's not as bad as Egypt. It was levies coming in after, but not endless levies like they had that one time. What's your cannon firing at? You attack on yourselves, I leave you alone. No? Must be live fire exercises. Tidore Raiders. Arrive in Patti. It's alright, we got morale back up. If they're gonna be sending all their guys over and over. Oh yeah, forgot to check my spies. Well... that's what I get for not paying attention. Ottomans? What maps to take off of you? Could do Central Ethiopia. We could get more of an eye on the Arabian Peninsula. What will that fall under? Najd. Lam is also one of Egypt's, I'm pretty sure. a tributary of Egypt. Oh man, 35 boats over there. Gotta steal more transports. Students from the University of Saragossa are under the protection of the clergy, and as such are afforded different rights to the local townsfolk. The two communities living in close proximity often causes distrust, but recently the distrust has escalated to violent riots. Burgers. Damn. Clergy's up to 90% right now, Equilibrium. How'd you get so high, clergy? The clergy could afford to lose a bit of satisfaction. Their equilibrium's only 86. That'll get them closer to where they're supposed to be. Two more free transports. Alright, Tuban. Tuban doesn't even have a fort. So we'll take their capital, then sit on Matahun. 13% only so far, and a plus 92 for white peace. So Sunda, we could just erase like that with a -4. They're fully occupied, they don't even have a resistance effort. And they're still being stubborn. Here, let's stop cracking down on the Lutherans. You were set for assimilate area, right? Get back to assimilating Languedoc. If they all turn Neapolitan, maybe we won't have a Wolf of Guavedon situation in the first place. Falling works of art captured, taken to Napoli. Astonishing father. C or C? It really makes you think. Aesthetic lake, summer or sandcastle, true father. The astonishing father is more well known than the true father, the repetitive C. C or C, repetitive C, there's a theme going on here. Captivating love and ode to Lord. %. Now they'll say yes. But if I were to make a separate piece with Majapahit, -47 to white piecing out. Even though I've crushed their armies, stolen their boats, took their capital. Drummer Garrison. 19% only. Taking of Tuban and Matahun has only given me 2 extra points with Sunda, and shaved a little bit off of Majapahit. What would I even want off Majapahit? They got clothes here. Though we have seen that Majapahit can bleed. They got maps pretty far out. Scepter taken. A masterpiece. Eldrick Sandcastle. True View and True Sahaya. There. We'll take one more maybe and call it a day. For this war at least. 23% so far. -8. I'm pretty sure that for making individual pieces, what they care about more than anything else is occupation. So, if I wanted to take land separately from Majapahit, I would have to occupy so much of them for this -34 to turn into a +1. So maybe we could take a little... No, it's -10. But it'd be easier to take off the primary guy then. Found them! $2,000 of ours killed for that. Ow, ow, ow. And their ongoing siege there does add war score in their favor, but we got one going here too, so it should nullify. 10%? Oh, still -8. Okay. I'll acquiesce and will simply wipe Sunda off the map. Which will turn their tributary into ours, I'm pretty sure. And 10 isn't a whole lot. But we got guys here, right? Yeah, 183 defenders. There. That's one more occupation complete. And one more siege. Ongoing siege as a war score. 12 then. 29. The 12 does mean 6. War reparation impossible, humiliation impossible. Majapahit become a vassal, 776 cost. So, impossible. I could take that bit, a bit more fruit for me. But I want the cloves. If I can't have the cloves, then forget it. How about... he's only got pocket change. I'll take his pocket change. And Damak is now considered my tributary. With 0 loyalty. With 0 loyalty! Are we going to have our first tributary revolt then? Can I make him more disloyal? It could give them scutage. Violate their sovereignty. Create military access, create food access. Oh yeah, because I'm still the military hegemon. And back up to the number 2 spot, get fucked Bohemia. 1382 versus 1515. Looks like whatever Great Wu went through, they're slowly rebuilding. They're catching up on me again, so they probably will reclaim the military hegemon soon enough. Okay, then Damak. I'm pretty sure Tributary is not one that I'm able to annex. Right? The subject cannot be annexed. So, Damak is currently kind of useless to me. I'd rather absorb them into my colony in Banton. So how about I will be your new best friend for today and cancel your tributary status. How does that sound? We don't need Damak. We'll take him by force later. Right off the bat, that's minus 4,800 manpower per month now. Need 10,000 to fully reinforce. So it's a good thing I waited till I got my 10,000 in the first place. So gonna be a bit until we can get enough manpower to be comfortable going against Egypt too. And Castile still hasn't finished their war. For now though. It's been about an hour and 40. Bitrate has been very surprisingly stable. Especially given how rough it was at the start of stream, and last stream especially. I expect it'll only get worse as the day goes on. But my back is kind of vacant, and I gotta give myself some more hot chocolate. So let me take this as an opportunity to BRB. Then I shall return momentarily. Music, don't you go anywhere. Alright. Treated myself to some tuna and rice while I was down. I figured if I want to recover this body, then dietary goals be damned, gotta give it the building block materials it needs to get better and repair itself. Minus 149. Well, war's done. Let's drop army maintenance to nil. 70% happiness off the nobles. 103 max happiness off the burghers. Look at this. Okay, then. An extra 10 is from the church. Apostolic, whatever, right? DA Greatia Rex plus 5. Crown Power alone gives more estate satisfaction. So maybe there is something to be said for going more absolutism. But I've dropped. Burghers have actually claimed a little bit more. 1.3 million burghers have given a lot of power. $19 million population. Got legitimacy, centralization. Yeah. So, oh, look at that. Now that... Now that we're not going to war, the Lutherans don't care at all about me. Piedmontese, man, 7 more years is gonna rise up. 7 more years, it's any day from now. Detach support. Hurry up. Bohemia, Spain, and Alba. So, Castile is more officially Spain now. And it seems they've taken Western Tunis away. And going against Granada now. Same alliance here, France and France alone. Could I ally with Hungary right now? Minus 23. Trust towards Italy, positive opinion, court language, strength versus Hungary, threat from neighbors and rivals, but the eternal likely target of a coalition. They only like me by 87. What if I improve their opinion even more? Hungary, with Fujian, with Guangdong. Porcelain manufactories got. Our people do want porcelain a little bit. But only a tiny bit. Peppers are still slightly deficient, cloves slightly deficient. It's slowly filtering on in. But tea is the big thing. Tea is the entire reason I got Fujian and Guangdong trading companies that aren't actually bringing all those tea home. Cunny Honey lacks paper. There. More paper for Cunny Honey. And now for the rest of us. For the rest of everybody. Where is that porcelain? 12.6 for porcelain manufactories. Milan already has a little bit. They're building one right now. Would you look at that? The moment they were able to, they started building one right away. The burgers are on it. Also building more roads. Universities being produced, bridges. Where's Napoli? Oh, this is up in the north, don't we? You get decent, there you go. 9.63 is still decent. Everybody else wants porcelain, but not for the capital. La Plata Sea. My colony has got it all here. This colony is getting way too big for itself, too. $200. Yeah, since these guys won't be fighting anybody anytime soon, just send them back home. Send it back home. Local nobility power grows. Ignore them, lose 5 legitimacy, and nobles gain 10 happiness. Or curtail them, lose a toll castle. Eh. It's just 5 legitimacy for now. Oh no, back to 71. Since I'm not at war right now anyway. More cost of court. More cost of court. Whole integer of legitimacy. The reduce inflation also shows me how much inflation I currently got. Little Sula's Law. What else could we name him? Matthew, Sula's Law, Adam, Sula's Law, Alexander, Sula's Law, Norman, Sula's Law, Michael, Sula's Law, Louis, Sula's Law, Roderick, Sula's Law, Alan, Sula's Law, Hugh, Martin, Andrew, Lewis, Giles, Thomas, Robert, Daniel, Robert, Christian, Humphrey, George, Mark, Walter, Nigel, Edmund, Benedict, Patrick, Theodore. Let's see, where's a decent name to fit with the people I shall rule over to? Cuthbert? Let's do Robert. Robert, after his Neapolitan Angio ancestor. Even though the Weifels are a different dynasty, little Robert here shall hearken back to the original. Succession law is locked and cannot be changed. Okay. All I gotta do is wait for the next Senato. Then we'll change the rights of the nobility away from something more democratic. Maybe what we'll do is have one of my little girls inherit and marry her off to an Angio man. And that way, we loop the dynasty right back around. Got my porcelain shop all ready. Tea, pepper, cloves. We've already got all the porcelain we could possibly want. Expanded mining would give us more marble, marble, iron in Anaba. Iron, marble, marble, alum. Market expansion. Russian merchants, burger trade capacity. Okay. Let's do expanded mining, I guess. Cheaper cost, faster build time. 52% already. We're indulgent! This guy. This Briton is elected king of Italy. And he's a crown prince of Hungary, England, Poland, and a slew of other places. He promoted upwards through life, and now he just wants to party. Support free subjects? I've already got free subjects. Free subjects gives me less peasant tax, but less peasant and labor food consumption, faster pop promotion, and more prosperity. So yes, please. Okay. Law change, let's get rights of the nobility. From noble electorate. Crown block from cabinet, yes. No. Rural noble authority gives them 2.5 estate happiness. Their current bonus just gets cut in half. They get 5% more power, cheaper fort maintenance, and a little ding towards serfdom. Minus 5% estate satisfaction equilibrium would basically be a minus 10. So, it would drop down to 60 right now. Less power, more taxes, but the more I tax them, then the less happy they'll be anyway. We'll simply give them rural authority. Which means we can change our succession law once we lose our noble electorate law. Rising support among Venetian population. Pops that follow Venetian culture gain 25% pop satisfaction, while pops that follow Neapolitan culture lose 10% pop satisfaction, and locations that host both cultures and gain 5 prestige. Huh. Now, Senato, there's a couple of things we gotta do. One is our RGOs. So we got money, losing 200 monies a month right now. I'll focus on the ore that we've opened up. What's this? Lead? Only 25. People are as taxed as they can be taxed. Let's raise a bit more cost of courts. And max out my minting for a while. Only at 6.34. It'll take ages to get back up to 10. $76. Oh, yeah. Additional taxes. Additional taxes for a year. Keep nobles at 50. Burgers. We'll get to 75. I could tax them to 78. Then commoners. We'll keep at 75 equilibrium. Food production up, levy recovery up, stability, investment cost cheaper. 2,000 per month. That is what I want to see by default. Okay, Lutherans are back on the menu. Piedmontese. Piedmontese are down to just here now. They're not even up in the mountains anymore. Zero locations. 65 guys in 0 locations. Nah, they're in Corte. 65 nobles. Though. At 0.09 a month. It's gonna take them a while to actually fire. Same with the Lutherans. Just a small pinch on my back, let me adjust. Where are we going? Dangerous ideas spreading. Oh, 12 stability! We gained 10 humanist, we're already at 93, but then lose 12 stability. A new idea of humanism, we're already a fully humanist country. This is old news. Ten more artillery. Though I guess 6,900 is plenty. Let's just get camp followers for now. There. 31,000 infantry, 9,900 cavalry, 9,900 artillery, and 500 auxiliary only. 31,200 infantry, 9,900 cavalry, and 3,000 fewer cannon, but that's okay. These two combined should be my Egyptian expeditionary force. I got the law changed, I forgot to ask for Casus Belli. Oh well. Let's send these guys over. To Crete for the time being, that is going to be my staging ground. Cabinet member, Amadeo de Milos. So we got lots of good old folk, but not so much good young folk. Well connected and lawgiver would be an excellent combination that I do not have access to. Nobody young with as good a spread of stats. How about among the women folk? Women. Tinskani here, 77, 191, and she's only 20 years of age. That is good to me. 20 legitimacy. Gotta be spending so much to raise this back up. Cabinet right. Cabinet advisor. $39. 31,200 infantry. Should I make more? Or just make another stack? I could probably just make another stack entirely. Imagine if I had 3 stacks of troops this big. All regulars. Of course, I'm going to want a lot more manpower than this. Because if I'm going to take on Egypt with or without Crusade, I'm going to want to send one group in, siege everything down, put some garrisons in, then swap group, send one back over, send the first group back over to replenish, while the second group comes in, just to hold the fort. Bohemia, Thuringia War. if I were to intervene, he's got a Bohemia Union with Ruhr, that doesn't matter. And no, France wouldn't involve. France isn't willing to join right now. Because France is currently at war? Who's he fighting against? Thuringia and 61% winning. So, odds are that it's not going to go my way anyway. I'm being very baby cautious about this when it comes to Bohemia. What, somebody else died and didn't tell me? Didn't I just put somebody there? I did. Where did she go? They married my cabinet member off elsewhere. I spent 20 legitimacy on her, and she got married off elsewhere. That is annoying. We'll just put some old dude then. There should be a check on that at least. Norway wants military access? Sure. Benedictus Deus. For pop conversion. I don't care too much about right now. Inflation's already at 9.13. We'll wait for a little bit. Excuse me? First rebellion against Mali. Is this what it looks like from the other side of things? Who am I helping out here? Nigokro. Successionists in Nigokro. And that's them. That is all of them. Who's a war leader here? Minus 100%? What if I give them exemption from sound tolls? We can't abandon our allies. Why do I feel like they're gonna wipe out this 100 guy stack and then take land away from me? What if they hit the annex the revolter button and just take all of me over? They can do that. That's a thing they could possibly do because that's still bugged. Mali is all the way deep into there. Man, I wasn't supporting them. I don't care about these little nobodies down here. It should give me the choice of wanting to support them. I wouldn't have chosen to. Oh, all these spies in Great Wu. Okay, Great Wu. We'll just get more of the world off of you. Because all they gotta do is sit here and that's it. They just take this army out and they've won. They don't gotta go after my guys down here. They probably will, but they don't gotta. Maybe they'll be remarkably slow. And I won't have to really do anything about them. Okay, 2 more. Careful up there, Onyx. You know, the computer isn't really designed to hold an 11, 12-pound cat, Onyx. At least when you're laying down, you got weight distribution going in my favor. So we're going to keep an eye on this. We want these guys to survive for a year. Just so I could get out of here. John? Okay. John will give an expensive education. Oh, back. Ooh. Where'd the Piedmontese go? The Piedmontese just vanished. There were like 60-some guys, and they just gave up. Okay, final month of inflation, then I'll start dropping it again. More spies. More maps. Not that it matters. But free map is free map. Here. We'll steal some Ignore maps too. Keep getting network error on myself, but at the very least, bitrate's been good so far, not too many drop frames. They're hiding out. Mali doesn't know where to find them. They're right next door, but they don't know where to find them. Are they just hiding right now? We're at minus 8% so far. We cannot negotiate a separate peace as an overlord in a subject revolt war. And we have to wait till July of next year anyway to abandon our allies. Well, we can't negotiate a separate peace, so we can't abandon allies, can we? $16.27 a month. Ooh. Let me get some quick stretching in. Onyx, careful, your butt's bumping up against the Wi-Fi adapter. That's why the computer's not really supposed to be your bed, Onyx. I know it's warm. Onyx yawned, stretched, rubbed his butt against the Wi-Fi adapter, and it was dropping for a little bit. Tana. Okay. So, we got 6 more months. 7 more months. Petition for redress. Some of the local members of nobility in Gaeta have so upset and mistreated their subjects that a delegation of commoners have come before King Alphonse of Eiffel to ask for redress. Agreeing to this would be popular with the commoners, but will be seen by the nobility as an infringement of their authority. Whatever. Commoners gain minus 15, nobles gain 5. Alphonse here is a foreigner in what is to him a foreign land. So he is going, and he's indulgent. He's not even a very good ruler. Everybody has high expectations for him. But mostly he's just here to party and have a good time. So he is going to deny the petition, keep the nobles on his side, keep the commoners a bit unhappy. Minus 14%. Started by Negokuro. But I didn't want anything to do with it. Negokuro with 0 locations. Increase area control. Cabinet action. Area control. Okay, forget assuming Languedoc. Let's do that area control. She's got better martial, so we'll swap you guys around. You will do reduce inflation with 63? No, that's too tiny. Here, free trade. We'll swap you back. And then your job? 91 martial and 100 diplomacy. Reduce inflation. Yeah. 0.05. Who's got better administration? Because that's an admin task. 100 administration? Okay. Then you will be doing the increase area control. Province control no longer matters, it's obsolete. That's a lot of green. Okay, now who's doing what else? Reduce inflation. I forgot what the final task was I had these guys on. But you're at 92 diplomacy, which is a whole lot better than this kid's. So... put you back on that job, because 100's better for it. And then you, before I forget... 64, 77, 63, 83, 100. Okay. We got plenty of sword guys. But not so much admin guys here. .06 now, huh? And because you have maxed out Marshall. Integrate whole area? Where we work on, Aegean or Macedonia? And the last... I don't know what we're doing for the last one. We could do multiple province controlled at once, actually. And multiple integrations, we don't have to do one by one. But let's try to bring this to a close before I do anything else. They've been jumped. They're losing their war. They no longer exist. They have no army. Fakarava Noble Civil War. Ugh. There's no end to it. Just gonna drain everything onto legitimacy. Up until I get it to, what, at least 90 maybe? Mali Empire is no match for us, so if I really wanted to, I could send guys down and start kicking ass. I just don't really care. It seems they've only got level 2 forts. But I want to save my guys for Egypt. Okay, let's get going. Maybe I could take some land away from the Nagida Ajukru. Some rice, some iron. I got lots of gold up here. So we could maybe take a bit this way. Steal some prosperous gold lands from them. Some gems. We got lumber, stone. To think. They're floating the idea of making boats even slower. I think that's an awful idea. Remember Imperator Rome? When just sailing up and down the Mediterranean takes forever? I think boat speed is alright. Jolof's also fighting, it seems. Oh well. Lack of food. Current food 0. Gather food, distribute food. Is barely doing anything. So we could just do a white piece right now. And have that be it. What's their army size like? They've only got 9,000 guys too. I guess we can do this. It's gonna take a while. It's already at 23% already in the negatives. This isn't very worthwhile to me after all. That's just white peace. White peace eminent. After 1,000 days. 7 days have elapsed. Defender ticking minus 25. There. We showed up. We took one of their empty coastal locations. We sure showed them. Also, why are these guys fucking not disembarked? The boat came here ages ago. Did they re-embark at the start of a war? That's kind of stupid if it's automatic. With this white piece. Now don't do it again! Calling me into these nothing wars, you crazies? 15,000 to fully reinforce. Because somehow, these guys are just sitting in the boat. They were on land. Benefits of free trade. Gold from Chitagayas market to Jero market has been very good for our country, plus 1,700. There. All our dum-dums together. 11,000 to fully reinforce. Not gonna have as much as I want. Score is so high. But we're almost 290. Once we get to 90, I'll tone it down to merely 0.5 a month. Yeah, this low army maintenance is what I want to see. Low army maintenance. Okay. So what's profitable? Lacquer manufactory is still pretty good. Constantinople, Tunis, Napoli was due for some lacquerware. 4 from Melfi. We're going to completely oversaturate the lacquerware market. Guns in Napoli still pretty good. Are there better locations that haven't been built? 2 in Rome. Cornetto. We need some extra furniture too. Colony of Chilowongo. Speaking of which, how does the New World look? Canada's spreading way too big. I couldn't race them out in the end. They got the numbers, they just don't have boats. Italian colony, Cunene, will be destroyed. Now we'll help them. 5.76 gold, man. I don't know if I could afford that. Nobility demand privileges. Additional privileges for 5 years. Peasants unhappy, but nobles happier. Ignore their demands for -20. Fine. We'll accept their rightful claims. It's only 5 years, so they get a little bit extra. Still hemorrhaging money, month by month. Okay, let's get cost of court down to 50 then. .51, we'll still make almost 300 bucks a month. Careful, Onyx. See, Onyx, you jump off the computer, wobble the Wi-Fi adapter around again, and then 10,000 total frames dropped, possibly from cat butt. Yeah, Onyx, I'm talking about you. What you want to do, Onyx? I would love a better chair than this, but this wooden stool is the best we have right now. Robert is gregarious. currently at war, so Hungary is not going to want to accept an alliance. Minus 106. So, they'll almost accept. Move speed, and then what's next? What do we have left on the menu? Just two more things. Regimental camps and the Royal Mortar. Royal Mortars! To sap on through the Tier 4 forts. Cathedrals, burger mansions, granaries, printer shops, weapon workshops. Marmara area? Is that over here? Completely unintegrated. Lutherans are back up. Point 11 now. Which still means it's going to take forever for the Lutheran zealots to actually fire. No country supporting. 76 guys and that's it. And 40. Okay, more maps. We're gonna see the entire world. Eventually. Even Japan's got some pretty far off awareness. What if there's a way to lose knowledge? Say if we don't interact with a part of the world for ages, that it slowly starts fading back away. Lots of iron there, lots of silver. Macedonia's unintegrating. Which means we are very quickly running out of areas to integrate. And Marmara, we've only got one province so far, so there's no point doing the whole area integration. Except province alone is no longer an option. Oh well. Integrate area it is then. Some pretty decent spread of control by my standards. Now, that the law for succession is locked. Dynastic elective succession is supposed to be lost when I remove the noble right. Let me see something. We're already locked into this dynasty here now. Goodbye, Angios. What if I were to bribe the estates right now? 10%? That's not a whole lot. Elite Council. For more noble power, more noble happiness, less ability to decay, more agenda impact for nobility, and a very slight boost to aristocracy. %78 happiness and give him a bribe. Okay. So once they're above 80, I could change the dynastic elective succession. I don't need to bribe them because I don't have to do it right now. We gotta wait for Pops to die. And when Pops dies in Hungary, then we become king of Hungary and England and Poland and a whole lot of other areas. And so if I get myself off of a succession, a elective succession, then we can keep Hungary a part of us long enough to hopefully fully annex them by the end of the game. While this loads, gonna check some stuff up over here. So the game could be a little bit clearer for the fact that it warns you that if you take a certain law, you get locked into elective, and if you remove the law, you lose elective, except that's not really true. You can keep it even without the noble electorate law, as long as the nobles don't love you so much that they'll let you change away. So the law is basically just a prelude. $280. We'll simply lower their tax and let it grow organically. After all, little Alphonse here is only 28 years of age, and Dad is 54. He's got a lot of life in him. Malevolent, industrious, and cruel. He can execute and banish. That's what you want for the new meta. Because the new meta goes by how many married men there are in your realm, right? The fewer married men you have, the more the AI will seek out marriages. If you hit the threshold, you'll stop getting marriages. So you want to go through and banish or execute old people with old married people to clear things up for the younger crowd to get married. Lost a guy. We want somebody with good diplomacy. 90. Everybody is so ancient. 76, 75, 73, good enough for now. Squeeze on in there. All he's got to do is keep that from dropping. $95, 10 more months. and we can drop our investment for legitimacy all the way down to equilibrium. For now, because my back is still aching, it's not so rough as it was yesterday, but I probably should give my ass a break every once in a while. Support the ass, support the spine. So, let me grab myself a little bit of a BRB. Got plenty of hot cocoa, so it won't take as long, and I'll be back momentarily. There we go, just a little bit of time off the ass to make it feel a lot less rough right now. TMI, I know. 12%. As soon as these, how many is it? 70 something? 80, or 81 now. 81 in one whole location. New diplomat for 2 diplomats. Every neighbor gets 20 opinion. We'll get the 20. Oh. 96 legitimacy. Almost back up. Glory for the Avifel. Heritage of Avifel back to Julius Caesar himself. 5 legitimacy or 10 prestige. We get 0.16 prestige, let's pad it. 56, so we still get plus 0.6. Avice. Little daughter Avice. Okay. France wants military access. They've simply requested military access. What are they trying to do? Rebelled against Manau. They lost their alliance with Bohemia. Bohemia now stands alone. Alone, as in a billion subjects. Perfectly balanced, 5 boats, 65,000 infantry, 11,000 cavalry, 21,000 artillery, thousands of auxiliary, and 209,000 levies. Ugh. Spain even has a little bit of something out here. But France is still aligned with Spain, though. Months will be at 50,000 manpower. 2 more months will max out on legitimacy. Regimental camps we got. There. 0.07. Well, I guess I'm only at 98. And that's already giving me 9.89 power. Power. Still sub 40 though. Two more months. Inflation's back under 10, back under 9. Took Tunis long enough to join the coalition. Cold and wet fields, food relief. From Valo, who does have roads. You can't lie and say they don't anymore. Or an inventor. A brilliant Basil inventor from Basil has come seeking our patronage after falling out with the monarchy. The inventor has been described by some as one of the great minds of this age, producing many mechanical and chemical inventions. Take him in. 5 research progress. And Basil dislikes us. I'll take it. This is also the last thing we have on the menu. for Royal Mortar Regular Regiment. And that'll finish May of next year. Parliament was 4 years ago, so next September. And there's one huddle legitimacy. So drop this all the way back down. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. There. Positive 0. Salvation. 66% only. They get 0.2 a month. Every 5 months they get 1 extra integer. East Congo we see now. St. Helena, little tiny island of 1. Bohemia is a hegemon. France is a hegemon. Diplomatic hegemon. Bohemia is no hegemon. They rank, but they're not anything right now. Which means it's still possible for them to gain an alliance. %10 cheaper war score is nice though. But Great Wu's gonna take it back eventually. They're behind me by 1,000 soldiers. They need 13,000 soldiers more. Only 75 heavy ships, so we get naval hegemon. Great economic policy. Basically, he inherited this great economic policy that was very little of his own work. Oh, discovered agent in Wu. They were at 27, looks like, before being dropped to 25, I think? Or I just wasn't paying attention, which is also a possibility. I keep on forgetting to check my maps. Oh, they got gold. Gold and silver, more gold, more gold. Some tea up in the north. $1,040 a month without even having to pad out my my inflation any right now. Okay, looks to be as high as it's gonna get for these places. So let's switch this control over here. These mountains of the red is making it look darker than it is. Royal mortar discovered. So, let's see what else we got in previous eras that I might want to pick up. Previous eras are super cheap. There's a few things I've let fall by the wayside. Max RGO and rural could be alright. Stability investment would mean more culture tradition. Then more stability. Point 1 with its influence could also. Gravel Road is completely obsolete now. Estate power from cabinet position -10. Age of Renaissance, anything I'm neglecting here? More local cultural influence. If in capital. Theater, cultural tradition of -2% unrest. Anatomy gives +3 life expectancy. Some disease resist. Diplomatic range. Clergy satisfaction. They're already pretty happy. But for a mere 2 things, you could get them even more happy. Pop promotion speed. Cabinet action. See, I'm not supporting rebels. If I'm not supporting rebels, when a country decides to offer assistance to a group of rebels in a different country, with the hope that the rebels are victorious, a new government in place will be friendly towards them. We've unlocked a no such thing. We should do no such thing. Let's get counting houses. Get more of that local crown power everywhere. They're basically the prelude to the minting offices, but I jumped the gun. Double prestige from land battles. Levy recovery. Unlocks peasant levy. Naval damage. Army disembark speed faster. Inquisition law, I don't really care about. Local courts. Give a -1/-1 to heathens and heretics. Papal control. Gives me +1% to state satisfaction equilibrium. And faster pop conversion speed. Without any of the tolerance penalties, unless for the Papal States. But it's in the way of an extra 0.05 monthly prestige. Discovery, anything here that I've neglected that I might want. Maritime presence decay. Boost colonial charter, send people to the colonies. I haven't unlocked the ability to exile folks. Exploration cost is pretty cheap anyway. Diplomatic ranger everywhere. Experience decay and cavaliers. 10% of pops will be raised as. Cavaliers could be cool. Any advanced levy type is better than feudal levies, right? I feel like urban building costs -10 and a building cost -10 would both help pretty well with how expensive buildings are getting. Peasant happiness we can grab. Mercs, who cares? Sorry, Johan. Nobody cares about Mercs. Morale movement cost -1? No, 0.01%. Construction center gives construction capacity +1. People seem to swear by it. Merchant quarters. Trade building. Burger power. Market access. Okay. What did I see here that was kinda sexy? The Illume? Let's make the buildings cheaper, I think. After I get happier peasants, more prosperity, then cheaper buildings. Looking backwards, because these are way quick to do. Artists, nobody cares about that. Mercury patio max level. Would have to go through pharmacology. Gravel road is obsolete. So maybe Mercury patio +1. Colonies are already pretty cheap. Port Authority building is a port. I should have just skipped all these workshops, because Age of Absolutism gives manufactories, if only I knew. If only there was a way to check ahead. Bastions I should probably take. And then +2 diplomatic reputation. And then that gets us back to here. We could do a lot of manufactories. Market attraction. Firearms, liquor, iron foundry. Let's get that 50% crown power. Cabinet seat +1. Merchantman is a transport ship for the Sierra. Max literacy, diplomatic reputation, another +1. Opera House. Is tradition, influence, and unrest. Grand Marketplace. Control's already pretty good. We could do some extra naval range. But I should also get logistics distance, artillery bonus versus fort, Star Fort. We could skip the Bastion entirely then. I think I should do that. War score cost -10. Alleviate concerns. Antagonism change modifier. Diplomatic ability. Cool. War College and Capital gives 200 monthly manpower. Okay, where are those bastions? Because bastions, it turns out, is no longer necessary to skip it. Lutheran Zealots are at 98.42%. And now that they're at 98.42%, they're ticking 0.01 down. Come on. Out of 100, out of 100, out of 100. Good, 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 good. It's a good place to put them. Southern Bavarians are now at 95% and raised by 0.54 a month. These guys actually care to fight. They want to fight. There's 124 of them with no countries backing them. Camaccio. $95.77. Francian Patriots also rising up. 80%. Raising by 0.49 a month. And they're in Greece. Nobody backing them. Which is a shame. I wouldn't mind if France joined in now. So, Southern Bavarians. 3 lands, no castle. We'll march our guys down to Cavalese. Cavalesi. Senato time, finally. What have we got? Balance of budget! We got the legendary balance of budget. Minus 0.4% monthly inflation. And with a 0.06 reduce inflation for the cabinet. That's all I gotta see. More development everywhere. Or more money! Max out the minting, would you look at that? Minus 0.08. 0.08. While on maximum minting, and at the end of which we'll drop some more inflation at the end. Burger Mansion complaints. There's burger mansions everywhere, giving local burger power and food consumption. Alright. Festival ground complaints. The clergy wants me to remove one of the few joys our commoners get. Let them have their festivals. Come on. Come on, Pops. If they want to get to heaven, they gotta be happy and satiated on earth first. No more. There's basically no place. Let's get those additional taxes. Still want to get nobles up to 80. Which we'll get to really quickly. But everybody else I could tax further up right now? %77% equilibrium on burgers, even while shooting their tax through the moon. Hey, sunny day enjoyer. Trento has a wrong owner. Tragically, there is not much I can do about that right now. We got little exclaves here and there. I can tax commoners more, but that doesn't mean I should. 48% tax rate right now. Burgers at 53, nobility 18. But I gotta baby them for a bit to get the law change. Now speaking of which, what else do I want from these people? While I have their ear. We could get Casus Belli on Egypt. Coalition against Italy though. I would have to face the might of Egypt, Ottomans who I've weakened, Tunisians who I've weakened, plus the Pope, plus the Bank of Medici, which means nothing and nothing. But a triple front of Ottomans, Tunis, and Egypt. I think what I'll do for Egypt instead is see if the Pope is willing to do a crusade against him. We haven't had a good old-fashioned crusade in ages. Are those Orthodox autos? Oh, Sunny Day Enjoyer, you know it is. They became the Orthodox Kingdom of the Ottomans a long time ago. That's simply what Europa Universalis 5 does. So who else should I cast a spell on? Bohemia would be pretty ballsy. Oh, they got their alliance with France back. The heck? They broke their alliance, and now it's all the way back around. I was gonna bite them. I was gonna take the risk and bite Bohemia while they were still free. But I've just now realized my colony's revolt has been done for a while, which means I'm not in any war. So Hungary, 187 opinion. We've swapped dynasties. Breaks my heart to say. So that Alphonse could unite these crowns. So Dad, we could do ally with it. He's got minimal boats, but if heaven forbid we go against Bohemia, Hungary could keep them busy while I take Navarre in a few places. I suppose theoretically it does mean that the Ottomans could indeed flip to Protestant if they really wanted to. But people don't seem to flip all that much. It's like they've made their choice, and Orthodox is what they shall be until the end of time now. Denmark, how long is our truce for? Truce with Denmark is completely done right now. And now they are in a personal union with Majapahit. So, we could go against Denmark, and in doing so, go against Majapahit, or we could do it the other way around. Because Majapahit and Denmark alike both have capitals here. They both have capitals here. But doesn't Denmark have... Yeah. As a tributary that didn't have to go to war, Denmark had a lot more disposable income. And they basically filled every single remaining part of them. Level 2 fort, level 2 fort, level 2 fort. Level 4, level 4, level 4, level 4. So Denmark is going to be annoying to dislodge. So, I could instead opt to go for Majapahit instead. Take some of this away from them, reducing some of their tax and power base, locking them further inland up here. Could get clothes off of them. Got horses further on, incense. Ow. Or we could turn it to Malayu. It seems Malayu has gone ahead and devoured the rest of Palembang. How's Malayu looking? They got a personal union with Dai Viet. And Soma. And in this state of the game, level 0 integration personal unions for the AI are exactly the same as alliances that they will always say yes to. Island's hella popular nowadays, I believe it. I was born around here and raised over here. Don't mind the wonky Play-Doh shape that Paradox apparently morphed over there. And families from over here. So we got pretty close proximity to Indonesia. I even took a trip to Bali once as a child. So, while the specifics of Indonesia might not be like intimate knowledge to me, it's pretty much backyard. And someday, when Paradox gets a better colonization mechanic, and you could actually play as people where countries exist out in the Pacific, maybe I'll play my fantasy game around here, but until then, maybe the next campaign for me, once I master all this, will be further out towards Indonesia. What was I doing? Right. Malayu, taking a look at you. Tributary of Malayu? Brunei is. So Brunei is a tributary. We could go after Brunei instead. Brunei, don't you got some rich stuff on you? You got gold. You got double the gold on your southwest coast. And some more clothes. If it wasn't for Demak being practically built with fort after fort after fort, I'd be tempted to go after him. But we do have all the time in the world, yeah? So maybe instead of losing more manpower that way, taking over some easy-ish, but not completely necessary conquests, save the manpower, and prepare for Egypt. I do want to get a foothold into Egypt after all. Currently they got something else going on if Curia actions are blocked. I don't see any ongoing votes, and the Pope's not dead. So they're not in Regency. Probably a cooldown. All changes we're good on for now. Support for outward would give us some wiggle room. Let's get the increase opinion. No more might not be anything, but 73, 73. $78 is $78. And what's the Pope think of me right now? Pope, how you doing down there? Surrounded by France and France's colonies. It's like he's having his Western Schism all over again. Only minus 93. Antagonism is down to only 218 from 116 antagonism. Plus 18.49 overtime. Someday we'll get the Pope to like us again. There's no more here to kick him out of, so he's going to forget all about the animosity we've had before. And yes, 1675, and I'm only just now got counting houses. Okay, I'll just put my counting houses. It's a shame I can't really sort by population here. Just available workers, A to Z, number of buildings. Because mostly it gives local crown power, so if I just put them where there's the highest amount of population, then that crown power gets to go further. I've already got one. Fine, I'll just go down the list then. If I go down the list. Where'd you go? Counting house. I'll just press around here then. And how much is it per? 400? I got plenty of bucks. $29,000. Even tiny little Cunny Honey, where I put very little investment all in all. There. Every place that can have one now has one. And we'll see if that blows up my crown power. But we're back to 40. Their stockpile of 0 is about to run out in the next 24 months. Foreign trade competition rises. Free trade and happier burgers. Or mercantilism and happier burgers. Or free trade and unhappy. They're at 76, I'll be alright. It won't hurt them too much to dip into 66 for a while. Still Curia actions blocked. If there's a cooldown, I don't know about what's producing it. They just want me to not get the free crusade against Egypt. Okay, who's the boss of this coalition then? Coalition leader is Ottomans? Alright, that was 1 second disconnection then. Just got the alert for disconnected and the alert for reconnected right afterwards. So, Pope, what is holding you up? If it's a cooldown, just say cooldown. There are so many causes for Curia actions blocked. To be a little bit more specific. Papal conclave, yes. Impacts if Curia actions are allowed. So they are allowed. France, you just had to really with Bohemia. If they didn't just respark their alliance, then I could use a little bit of my Senato support to get a Casus Belli on either. France is not currently involved in any war. Which means France would have no reason to say no to joining. Which is great! Slightly weaker than them. I think if I had another stack like one of these, then maybe I might feel confident. If I want to, say, take something away from France. Now that's a slightly stronger, but we have a whole lot more than them. What I could do instead is put 2 stacks up here in the mountains like these guys to anticipate Bohemia. Kick them out. That's why I have all these mountain forts in the first place. And then send 1 main stack over. Take Mondovi. Take a little bit of this stuff below Guavedon. Maybe try to get Narbonne. All the while, Bohemia fights with Hungary. 2 stacks wait here in defense. For the time being, that's fantasy stuff. I should also modernize military if I want it. I just pressed the pause button. I was gonna pause, so I could see what else I could ask on. But that's minus 2.5 inflation. So let's lower it for a little bit more. Minus 0.05 is a nice balance for me, still making loads of cash. Nobles up to 72. Is that enough to change the law yet? It is not. But for now, it's almost been 4 hours, so let's see who else I could spy on. Great Wu? You willing to host my diplomats again? Okay. Now let me give this sore muscle of mine a break. And then maybe when I come back, we'll see about taking Egypt. I want to do a round 2 with them. But round 2 is going to have to wait. Back in the hard wooden stool that is somehow a lot easier on the back than the cushioning dining chairs. 67,000 manpower. How was Egypt's military might looking anyway as far as current technology goes? They got arquebusiers, pistoliers, and chambered cannon. So that's from the regeneration behind, with their pistoliers or their arquebusiers. Wu's got the military hegemon. It was only a matter of time. Look at these Lutheran zealots. They're back to 0000. They want to sit so high up that I cannot start any new wars. But then they won't advance. $4,000. And how much manpower am I going to lose in upgrading my chambered cannon to Royal Mortar? Royal Mortar. Minus 1,900 manpower. 9,090, 9,900 to fully replenish. Let's make that 18. Now how long until we get that extra cabinet position? Peasant estate, monthly prosperity, urban building, diplomat, copper, crown, then cabinet, 8 deep in. Okay, let's set this one to dropping Lutherans enough. Francian Patriots. Look at Francian Patriots. It's a rebel organization with 0 guys. They made 83.38% progress off vibes alone. Saint Proclaimed? Pope Callisto Esposito just announced that one of our ruler's most esteemed and revered ancestors, Countess Matilda La Tour du Pin, was a holy saint of our esteemed church, and the time has finally arrived to revere them appropriately. This is a great cause for celebration. 2 stability, 10 religious influence. Cool. Daughter is born, little Rachel. Look at all these counting houses being produced, long time coming. Hey Onyx. Onyx has woken up from his cat nap and is just sitting on the dresser next to the computer. Oh, we got some green here. That green's no good. Dude, 98 prestige. Is it time to do some more Colombian exchange? Careful, Onyx. I know you like being on top of the computer, but so does my Wi-Fi adapter. We could put the potatoes in Tunis instead. Replace the fish. Nobody likes fish anyway. Fish has 5 food products and low demand. Potato has 8, so potato is much better. Potatoes, potatoes. Can I do cocoa yet? There's no places here that will take cocoa. The vegetation or climate isn't the right type for it. We can move it to Indonesia. Or Australia, even. How about some more tobacco? We got some chili, right? Replace gold. I've heard that some people don't mind getting rid of clay. Chili chili. More chili. Chili provides no food, so I'd have to be careful with it. And tobacco I've got in a few places over here. Nah, I think I'm good as is. Starving in Crete. Are they? I mean, granted, I do have 2 full stacks of armies here. I should have 2 full stacks of army. Second army. I don't... actually see them. Okay, there they are. They're invisible. Oh, this game, man! Let's get more fishing villages here. They can't do irrigation. Farming village gives livestock. They could do livestock, right? Livestock is food too. Can they do sheep farm here? Fruit orchard? They could do fruit orchard. We'll put some fruits. Sheep farms. There. And that should keep Crete from starving. Let's not station them in Crete yet, then. We'll put one in Crete and one over here. Rebel against Olgon. My guy Olgon over here? Well, at least this is an easy one, because we got our guys over here still. And they're already doing a good job, smash their fleets. No one wants to work. There's 38 bucks. We'll take their fort over here, take their capital, then done. In fact, that's probably the entirety of the foemen. Now there's 2 guys left, actually. We killed everyone except for the comic relief guys. I can't take over the siege, so now we're just committed to just staying here. Assume control, there we go. Waiting until I'm very nearly finished with the garrison. Yeah, so they can still vote for stuff. Oh, I don't see Crusades anymore. Don't tell me that Crusades are no longer possible. Do we patch some kind of year threshold? Western India Sea by way of French information. So, that's every place. We cannot negotiate a separate peace, so they're at 100%. Can they? Or is the issue here that I have occupied all this? No, occupied by Olgon. Olgon. So, they can finish this anytime, any damn time they want. It would be, that's all, folks. 10,000 monies in the bank. And there comes Onyx jumping onto the desk. Let me see something. EU5 Crusades. Because now the options is gone. So maybe I've simply passed the threshold for it. Aw, Nyx, I see you there, baby. Is your nose high enough for them to see you? Catholic Church Crusade. An 8th papal bull is called for crusade. Can only be suggested by members who are independent before 1437, or while the Ilias Quaesi Pro Divini papal bull is passed. So Ilias Quaesi Pro Divini needs to pass. And if Ilias Quaesi Pro Divini is not active, then the crusades won't be, I guess. Different religious group, kingdom or empire, owns any holy site of Catholicism discovered by the Papal States, not a subject or overlord of the Papal States, not at war, allied, or in a truce with the country proposing the Papal Bull. Okay. So. We're voting on Ilias Quaesi Pro Divini right now. You hear that, Onyx? We're gonna get our crusades pretty soon. I want to take that chunk. Hungarian Revolt. Onyx, is there a call to arms from Hungary behind your head? There is not. Onyx is sitting in front of the computer, and so I can't really see a good third of the screen right now. Laconia is starving. They've only got plus 14.5 food. And now that all these counting houses have been built. 40.43! Oh, man. Fourth Hungarian Revolt, Civil War. They got this, so I don't really gotta do anything. Cabinet member in the Kingdom of Italy, died of old age. Onyx. You know what he's doing? He's just sitting like a little porcelain cat. Just perfectly like this, with his eyes closed and his head down a little. Onyx. You know my back is hurting right now, don't you, baby? I couldn't pick you up last night to bring you back into the room when it was time for bed, because you were all the way on the ground. But Onyx, you're sitting at the desk. That means... Oh! You're at perfect pickup height, Onyx. I love you too, little baby. Well, look at Toasty sleeping over there so divinely. Why don't you hang out with... Oh, look at Toasty. Chill with Toasty for a bit, Onyx. You're right behind me. So, somebody with decent sword. I'll just put folks in. Esperando Bianchi. Who's the current head of cabinet right now? Monthly Prosperity. Papal States guy coming home. So nobody is head of cabinet. And we've also got no crown in the head of cabinet. So lock could prevent automation from changing the cabinet's seat. What I would want isn't so much prevent from changing cabinet seats. More so, this person's a cabinet member, don't marry them off overseas. Where's my minting offices? In Rome. There's peasants to promote, but it's not showing me the population. Cremona. Aquí. I'm mostly looking for places I recognize. Lazzo, Sola, Salo, Verona. Parma's already got one. Guess you got all right population around here. Doubt these guys are in the ocean. Scoffed, Johann! Ogon, Annexus, Sigentur. Alvice is ambitious. 0.33 diplomatic and administrative. We'll give her expensive. The expected cost of court hasn't shifted stuff around significantly anyway. Man, look at how many castles Hungary has. When we inherit that from Pops, we're going to be making some changes. One transport. Let's go catch him. We're going to be too slow to catch him. See, Hungary's mistake here isn't just making all these castles for themselves. It's by putting all these castles for themselves or putting all these castles for all their revolts. It wasn't voted yet. 0 countries yet to vote. They're just waiting for the time to expire. The cardinals are just enjoying whatever it is they do all the way down here whenever they do a vote. Rebellion against Ogon again. Again? Why are you guys eating shit so hard? They're just doing this to give me something to do. Is that the extent of the opposition? 5,000 guys, so no. Onyx, I love you too, little baby, but you're sitting as still as a porcelain statue there. Don't you want to sit any other place, Onyx? If only we had our stools from back in the apartment. I could put the stools here or here. And then Onyx could just sit on them next to me. Because there's information you're blocking, Onyx. I don't see the right side of my screen. And see, Onyx, you must be so tired. You keep yawning on me. Well, I do in fact have enough spies to steal maps. And same for Great Wu. So which revolt is this now, anyway? Lampong? Oh, there's a disconnection. See, Onyx, I didn't even see the disconnection notification. At least it was within the same minute. Though the bitrate is looking pretty rough even following disconnection and reconnection. Half of all frames have been dropped, but stable now. Let's take him out. Pro Divini 10 years. So, now that we have 10 years of Pro Divini, we can do Crusade then. The Pope still dislikes me. We're maxed on as much we could improve his opinion, which brings him to minus 17.83. Antagonism penalty is only down to 180. 95 antagonism. And I'm getting multiple disconnected, reconnected, disconnected, reconnected, because that's the second time within what? A minute? Maybe it's a sign. Maybe 4 hours is all I could squeeze out while here. Which is all the more reason for them to repair my poor apartment. Bitrate's looking good. Frames looking stable. We're gonna go 10 minutes without dropping this time? Half an hour? Though I do still want a lot more manpower than this before going against Egypt. I have a max of 201,000. Show me 100,000 at least. I'm halfway to 100,000. think I'll just take the castles, leave the rest to them. Because it's some slow going along here. Dia, Great Tia Rex. Okay. Whatever it is they're asking for, we'll take it. Oh, now we get urban buildings cheaper. I should have waited a sec. There'll be more buildings, with plenty of expenses. Is that the remainder of their army? 2,000 something? They only have 2,000 something. 2,300? That's 2,300 right there. We kill them now, and this war is basically solved. Get some morale first. That's plenty. Now go for the kill. Instant wipe. Whole prestige. Lush. But straight up luxurious. How are my rebels looking? Orthodox zealots? Are they for real? For real? They just play it. Because I'm dropping all of my rebels so far. I'm dropping rebels faster than I'm dropping frames. There's actually 16,000 Orthodox rebels, almost 17,000. Primarily in Constantinople. Over in the former Ottoman territories. Which makes sense. The Ottomans were Orthodox for so much longer than the Byzantines existed. Okay, Lutheran zealots. We're down to 84%. Let's just swap them over. I don't need to crack down on the rebels. But what they do is they prevent me from starting wars. Spy defection. Slower network construction for 10 years. Or pay 4,000. I guess I'm getting slower spy network construction. No cannon, what an embarrassment. And now the foeman has no armies and no forts. And barely any place remaining. 1678, how's my inflation looking? 3% inflation right now? I could boost it further again. No free Casus Bellies off anybody. Minus 2,463 to fully reinforce. Okay, that's not too bad. Who's starving right now? 12th Army, Shiny Honey Market. So once this is finished... Ow. Ooh. Once this is finished, I'm gonna go back to laying on the bed and turning into an absolute slug until my spine remembers how to stay solidified. Hungary's war is done, thank goodness. Once we inherit Hungary, we are going. We're gonna destroy so many forts. I can't end the war for them. Gotta wait for them to do it themselves. They control everything. They got full war score. They fully occupy the revolter. They got no reason not to hit that victory button right now. Zero reason. Annexed Lampung and humiliated them. Damn time. So what's next? Diplomatic reputation, copper, then crown power further down. Next February. About 8 months. Pretty quick. What's the current going rate? 2.96%. Only 3 of my vassals are disloyal now. Tsushima's at 40. Owambo's at 25. And then only 1 of my trade companies. Cool. Now that's a shame because Tsushima's got so many good raw goods, and Owambo's got all the ivory. But that's pretty good to me. What if I join the Holy Roman Empire and take the knot from within? Has a dynastic seat plus 50, diplomatic reputation 36, minus 150 base amount, minus 200 Bohemia's opinion of me, minus 300 country rank of a kingdom, minus 6,732 base tax. I am too big and too rich to join them. They don't want me to muck things up in there for them. Oh. I had so many other rebels. Where do they go? They just disappear? They all just fly away? They did, apparently. They've all decided that they like me now. Integration Marmara is at 100%. Integration has stalled due to 0 locations to be integrated. Okay, then the word you're looking for is you are done. No more integration. That's it. That was the last of the areas what needed it. Stabilized country. More potatoes being grown. Neapolitan is to the clear majority, 33%. Then Greek, the next highest up, 10%. Tunisian, they dislike us, but we tolerate them. If we make them an accepted culture, 3.03. 3. Cultural capacity is a whole 3. My maximum is 3.62. Well, even if they hate their Italian overlords, we still tolerate them. Unlike the Inheritor, lad, remember the ability is died without any immediate heir. Our heralds have determined that under Italian law, the extant title be passed to the lowly Arnolfo Bianchi, a very distant relative. Burger, at least, he's not a commoner. Despite his blood connection, he's clearly not of noble stature. It might be preferable to merge the title into the crown instead. Invest into him, gain plutocracy, and decentralization. Or usurp the title for prestige, a little bit of aristocracy, and plus 10 centralization. 40.65. 40.65. How about if it takes for a month? $41.2. Send food. No food lost because of close proximity. Another disconnect reconnect. Are regimental camps any good? EU4. That's EU4, dum-dum. EU4 3 years ago. Everything I see is for EU4. But right now I'm looking at training fields. Okay, now it's saying plus 10 here. Plus 20 is double. That is inherently better. Cannot build in a city. We have to become such a militarized state. 1/3 through Age of Absolutism. Great Wu, give us more great maps. "17 estate constructions, more modern roads, Hound Lock canals, hospitals, universities, all the things that help that I got no spread to build myself." $208,000. Bohemia's catching up to me too. 109,000 soldiers. France only has 35. France is going down the moment that these guys split up again. They're attacking Mali. Bohemia is not attacking Mali. If we were to attack Bohemia, France would join. If we were to attack France, Bohemia would join. As would Spain. Tolerance for all. 10 years of heretics and heathens. +2 tolerance. Which means for heretics, it's down to 0.13. How's my literacy looking now? France and Bohemia are slowly catching up. But look at that, the worst we got's in the 50s, everything else is 70. And there's a few places in Greece that could use more investment. In Tunisia. Havana's doing pretty good, actually. A Mensa Eterni DA. Okay, give it. Here's my diplomatic reputation +2. And so diplomatic reputation has 14. 14 diplomatic reputation to become the diplomatic hegemon. Gotta be 25.61. But we're catching up. We got much better diplomatic reputation than Great Wu. We beat Bohemia. It's only France that has better diplomatic reputation. Clergy estate satisfaction of 94 is giving us 0.89. Ow. Cracking down on Rebel, 0 out of 0. Okay, they can completely destroy Rebels apparently. I can get a further 2 diplomatic reputation. Diplomatic reputation of 19.28. Swiggity swooty, France. Swiggity swooty. Glory of the Eiffel. Another claim back to Julius Caesar. Alright, we'll keep getting that prestige because they've forgotten already. And the coalition has been disbanded. Okay, so Ottomans. We don't need to improve opinion on you. Tunis. Shway shway, habibi. You don't got a coalition against us. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. What's next? Senato. 2 more years. So, we could try to do Egypt again. with Hungary by our side. I put my heavies, my primarily heavy group, on Rome the Aegean. I got the two fleets mixed up. Whoops. Let's take all these transports I keep stealing off. Egypt joined coalition. That's okay. Currently, Tunis and Egypt are ripped. That's fine. Another kid, Rachel. Is a rowdy one now. We'll give her an expensive education too. $1,001. And there it is, there's 800 again. The market ebbs. Zero kilobytes per second. Zero is basically no data being broadcast. That's why it's at 85% frames dropped, 86%. It's basically every frame. Every single frame is being dropped right now. Onyx is on the computer, but I don't think he's leaning on the Wi-Fi adapter. Yeah, it's firmly in there, and then I touch it, and it drops down to 0. Yalla, yalla, yalla! Okay. We'll see how long this one persists for. Four-digit manpower again, month by month by month. On these new regimental grounds. 1,200. I got the greed in me. I've also got the greed in me for maxing out minting. More regimental caps. And that's all I could afford. Maxing out the minting right now seems to have only increased it by 800 or so. Food relief for Messina. April of next year. An extra cabinet seat. Then artillery bonus versus fort +1. Logistical distance. War scores cost -10. War college is which one again? $200 monthly manpower in the capital, that's right. Mabudna. We'll keep it as part of us for now, because that should join with the Wumbo. But this is being very slow to form, given the high population of the locals. But not high population of the locals enough for them to be their own country, damn it. Come on, Paradox. And then once we build up to that, let's also get more modernization of the force. Age of Absolutism. Proximity cost -5 if we get Army Doctrine. And 2.5, estate satisfaction equilibrium across the board. Pacify population. A by the sword cabinet action that reduces unrest by 20 and forces people out of pops. The violence inherent in the system. Hussars is cavalry. Gallop cavalry. -10% antagonism. Admiralty. If in the capital. 200 sailors, 5% navy morale. Diplomatic annex costs cheaper. Trade company headquarters. Star forts we should get 2 if we go against Bohemia. But I trust my forts for now. Militiamen, 2% only. But it's better than feudal levies, right? Musketeers is infantry, but are they the defensive infantry or the ranged infantry? Because we got 2 infantry types. Secure flanks of 25%. Defensive bonus when there are friendly troops in a neighboring section. If both flanks secure, the bonus is double. So if I got people in all flanks, then it should be safe. And hunters is... okay. I guess that'd be the ranged infantry type then. They still have the 25% secure flanks, but penalties to morale damage taken and strength damage done, so why use them? Add Army Doctrine, Proximity, Estate Satisfaction Equilibrium. Then I guess we get Musketeers. Do I want Gallop Cavalry, or should I wait for the next era? Army Initiative, 25%. Liquor leads to Provincial Cavalry for 10% of pops. Which is mostly levies, if I care to use levies. We could also get the better ships for this era. 2-decker heavy ship. 100 cannon, 50 hull. Frigate for light ship. Zebek for galleys. We do have Grand Shipyard already. So okay, let's get the heavy, get the Zebek, then the frigate. Who did I get involved in this time? Rebelled against Banten. Oh, back to Indonesia we go. They've only got the one fort anyway right here, so... Gonna be easy as pie. We'll just take up over here, then call it done. And that's probably the entirety of them. That's the entirety of them. Well. What could I say but you're welcome? Maybe I'll set another boat from here. No boats for me. Alright, done with that now. Simple revolt. So... I'm basically done with everything that I had setting up for the war against Egypt. Manpower slowing down again, because these guys have to be replenished. So let's put more regimental camps. Is it 347? Copper complaints. Group of disgruntled commoners have come forward with a formal complaint against our burghers, who are well known for cutting business in Edessa. According to the commoners, the copper they purchased was of poor quality, that it was barely usable. The burghers insist the metal was exactly as promised, As tempers flare and the dispute spreads throughout the marketplace, others begin to question whether trade at Odessa is as fair as it seems. Take it or leave it. Unhappy peasants for happier burghers. The burghers are at fault. Gain towards traditional economy over capital. Or petty squabbles. Lose 5 in both and gain a legitimacy. Why rock the boat? Integration is almost finished here. By December of this year, 2 locations left to be integrated. Cool. Okay, they're finally back at peace. Manpower's at 81,000, producing 1.23 manpower a month. Money's looking pretty damn good right now, and inflation's only at 3.9. Portugal's given us a map of the Falklands that nobody has claimed yet. Now who's doing what? Ottoman-Rome War. Ottoman-Rome War? Oh. Anything papal is deemed Rome then. They go against Bolu or Genoa. Against the papal states to take Bolu. So we could interfere. And then try to take their capital province away, or maybe Biga to make it safer for me around here. I could try to control more of the Sea of Marmara and the Dardanelles. And who knows, the Pope might be happy if I join the war in his defense. So maybe I should, just this once, go help them out. Intervene in war? I mean, it's Ottomans alone right now. They got an ally with Georgia, but he's not in this yet. He might not have accepted the call to arms yet. 109,000 soldiers, of which 92,000 is levies, 12,000 regular infantry, 2,000 cavalry, 2,000 and half artillery. Naturally, we could take him. Let's try to take him. This will be the prelude for taking on the Mamluks. We'll send this stack over. 61,000. 60,000! Our boats are no longer big enough. I like this very bombastic music for having begun a war. You know what? Let's start another fleet of heavies. That's almost maximum capacity. I thought I was good on transport boats, but no. He hasn't upgraded his forts, has he? Level 2 still. So, currently, integration is done. So what left? Strengthen government to reduce further expenses to here. Keep it on an equilibrium. That way I could spend even less. To keep my legitimacy exactly where it is. And I got caught by their boats. Right. At least I got cannons on these. 114 versus 21, I don't know what they got here. Transports? All transport. That's me. More transports. And one heavy. We got this. Kinda. Kinda. Come on. 114 transports 1. $34,000 guys here to be careful of. Where's he going though? He's gonna go to Moldra? No, he's coming on my way. Lost a galley, gained 2 heavies. I don't like how quickly my morale's dropping here though. This is all levies. And they brought their second stack in a moment too late. The rough part about fighting levies is there's a lot of levies, and from what I observe here, the smart way to use levies isn't to doom stack, but to have them nearby and constantly feed them in as a fight goes on. It prolongs a fight, and if you're prolonging a fight by sending in more stacks of levies in, you're basically topping off your own freshness, while the invader, with their stack of elites, is still in the same fight, and so their morale is only going further down. Right now, the game is going through some very deep questions about what it wants to be. And part of that is, what do we do with the levies and regulars? Because naturally, regulars are better than levies, because even though they're all trained to kill, regulars, that's their career. Their job is to train to kill. You know? So, I don't mind regulars being stronger than levies, but if you know how to use levies and the AI, at least against me, knows how to use their levies smartly, then there is a use for them. Can I make him stop? It's not too late to stop. Well, they're heading in. And there went my bitrate 4-bit. But it's green now. Maybe I should move my other group in too. That would be nice. Music would be nice. I'm honestly surprised that won. Look at how low my guy's morale is. And I got more groups marching in. Fully flattened them out. But it's still worrisome. Okay. We're still doing good here. So don't gotta bring reinforcements in yet. George has joined the fight. Look at this. I mean, okay, 25 heavies, but where? There's been no loss of morale on either side, so this is just a nothingness fight that pops up once in a while. But they do have their guys here, so fair enough. Butcher my crew there. There's a chance I might lose some boats, and so that's kind of worrying there, given I got all of my regulars on that stack. We're kicking their ass. Come on, kick their ass! All of our transports stayed. We had lost and gained a heavy. Lost one galley, gained two. They're also trying to change things up with boat stack wipes. For now, I do think it's kind of annoying the way you could be spammed by the same transport just popping up over and over and over and over and over again out of a port if you're blockading it. I don't mind this style of boat fighting too much. I definitely feel the risk, because if I got my guys sitting out there, the morale is dropping. And so I might have a big heavy stack of heavies and galleys and light ships at a good composition. But I still gotta be conscientious about the way the foe comes out. What do they got there? They got good commander. On what? On their actual regulars? Time for these guys to shine. Backup force. Artist emigrates. No skill. At an amateur. Thanks for nothing. Alright, rebuild the morale first. Running away. Come on, get back here, you coward. You see me sitting out here. I should probably help out here. If they get what they want, then I can't get what I want out of this. 3,000 of my guys lost. I can't keep sitting on modernization. Where are you guys headed to? Diospolis? Okay. We'll kick their ass here. It's all levies anyway. Then relieve Amastris. Well, there's still time. We'll park over here. And then liberate. More transports. Okay, now what do for the rest of this campaign? We got their capital, we got some lands around here occupied. Ducadilids have a revolt of their own going on, it looks like. Noble civil war, is Egypt helping? Egypt is helping. So maybe. It's September. It's Senado time. And Egypt is still in the anti-me coalition. That Tunis is not willing to disband yet. Let's see what we can do first. Expand mining operations. For marble, iron, marble, tin, aluminum, mercury? Maybe. Market regulation, trade efficiency, and then 25%, right? 20% trade advantage? How much have I got? 7,000? What do expanded mining operations? I got my nobles at 80% now. And so I can change my succession law from dynastic elective succession to put it more in line with what these guys have here. Mostly to take it off of elective. So once Italy joins this Hungarian union, we could just sync up with what they have. Start integrating Hungary, and then try to find a way to restore the dynasty back to the Angios. However this turns up, I want to end with the same dynasty I started with. Current seat of the Union is Buda in Hungary. But Italy is the number 2 great power in Hungary. Where's Hungary? Number 12's not too bad. For a non-player country especially. Okay. So, Cognatic Primogenitures that Hungary has. If I swap over to that, it won't cost too much stability or legitimacy. By which I mean there goes all of my stability and legitimacy. But that's the cost regardless. We could do absolute cognatic primogeniture, and then use the personal union parliament to make everybody else match to it. And then if we get a girl for the eldest child, we could marry her to an Angio. And then we get back into the proper dynasty again. And unlike, what is it, matrilineal non-exclusive, then that daughter will end up taking on the Angio name, as will her kids, instead of just maintaining the same family of the of Eiffels. Let's do absolute cognatic then. Which means, though, that because we are going off of elective, we will have actual heirs again. Which means that when the hunting accident event rolls up, it'll be us at the top of the list again and not just random heirs to other places that still live in country. An underage heir, you don't say. Let's get more tax. And because I don't need nobles at 80% satisfaction anymore. Oh man, at 80% estate satisfaction, nobles give me 0.06 monthly prestige. Oh man. Oh man. There, 50. It's only 1 year anyway, so... But I want a progressive tax, though. I want my burghers to pay more than the commoners do. So 58 versus 52. There. Only a 50% tax rate for the commoners. They only pay half of everything they make to me. I'm a generous king. Nobody would describe this reign as greedy. Particularly since cost of court back up to max. Or should we say to... There. For 50 months, we'll get an extra integer every single month for legitimacy. Currently, we're sitting at 14% here. And we have to wait until March of next year before we can start asking for stuff. Fabricate Casus Belli, I mostly want to wait for Egypt. Which might be a while yet. So let's just do... Break alliance? No. Free subjects for 30%? Two points of communalism. There's only 2 points, that's nothing. They're just sitting there. Let's go say hello to our neighbors. And they're coming to say hello to me. How nice! What they got here? Galleys? 32 galleys. I got 30 galleys, 20 light ships, and 16 heavies. That's were liberated. Now they're already in boats. Didn't realize. That is me paying nothing but maximum attention. More Georgians coming in. All levy Georgians, and these guys following with their actual regulars. Probably heading to Ayasuluk, if I had to guess. And wouldn't you know it, they are. Not that it matters, because they're dead. Actually, we can back down here. Imagine waiting for sieges to complete on their own naturally. Keep getting network error on stream side. How's my bitrate looking? 15% of all frames a segment lost, but the bitrate's okay. Which means I'm looking at it, it's okay. Once I stop looking at it, it's gonna flip again. October. March can't come soon enough, as any Fields of Mystery player would tell you. Blockade. Where? That's it? No, that's not a blockade. That's one heavy. I can't even tell where they are. Will arrive in Ceramic Gulf. There. And the cowards have fled. Oh, discovered agent. I'm being very sloppy with these guys. Size of spies dropped to 50. Okay, let me... steal some maps from these guys. Don't crash game. Oh, tea and gold up here. So much tea and gold. I'm tempted to put some more trading companies there. I've already got a better handle on my vassals. Though, even with the plus 15, some of them, I'm not going to name any names, have dropped down to 38.98, 48, 23, 49, 23. But that could be managed. Great Wu's also got more spies for me. More wheat, lumber, fur. They got a lot of gold up here. Rich. Modes of Iron too? November. So still a long while to go. By the time March comes around, Ottomans aren't going to be having much of a coast in the first place. It really is no risk to just assault the places. They spend a week losing maybe 1,000 guys, and then it pauses. But by that point, the defender's down to like 70 or so. At least for the level 2 forts. Level 4 forts I'm still not gonna fuck with. We learned that the hard way. $6,000 transport capacity only? Oh, galleons. Well, that's the wrong guy entirely. Wait for morale to max out. Completely butchered them. What a bloodbath. How are they still finding more Georgians to send into the slaughter? Sulislaw. I guess we should give him a more exotic Eastern name to match his heritage. Because Alphonse comes from Hungarian stock. Well, I guess more English stock. Kings of Hungary. His mother's a Piast. So sure. We'll name this child from her side of the family, little Sulislaw. She's been wanting to name the kid Sulislaw for ages, so she's finally got one. Indulgent is now Intricate Web Weaver. So, the way I'm interpreting Alphonse is he might not care too much about the daily nitty-gritty about administrative rulership. He likes to party it up, and so he keeps his ears open. He's learned a more subtle way of governance. Rhodos. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Rhodos always gets snuck up on. How's my inflation? 7.31? Still tiny. January. Smugglers caught. Invest. The seized property, 15,689. What have we got here? Actual regulars? Is that all of his regulars? Not quite all of them, but most of them. Now, 29k. How about I put this money? Into more regimental camps. Regimental camps till I run out of population to turn into soldiers. All that money disappeared so quickly. Oh, there's those bastards. Sneaking around with 4 heavies and 17 transports. I'm helping Genoa out, and they're still spending their time making casus belli on me. I'm the one guaranteeing their semi-independence right now. Okay, I didn't put any... what is it, coastal batteries or whatever there? So they're not turning things against me to increase my own navy attrition and delay my disembark speed. Actually, nah, just send these guys over here instead. Spin them around in circles. March 1st, March 2nd, March 3rd. And so now, they'll happily accept white peace out. But what if I want more than white peace? What if I demand blood? RGO-wise? RGO-wise doesn't matter too much. They got some iron. It's alright. They got standard stuff. Wheat, lumber, sand. Fish. Clay. %39 still. They're not too happy about me taking their capital, though. I feel like it's a smarter plan to not take their capital. That way, if I leave this here, I'll have something easy to keep conquering. Because it's basically right across from me. We could march into it. If we take here, we could march into it. That's all Bursa. So if I just have this, we could just march right next door. They're very permissive for just taking everything off them. -4 to get a bit more of Smyrna. -5 to take their coast along here. It's some pretty good coast to take. I think that that makes a pretty nice color for me. Where are you guys headed to? They're probably going to Billy Seek. And so they are. And then running away, the cowards! To Sogut. Got him. I always get worried when their stack gets bigger and they're maintaining morale versus morale. They actually managed to push off against us. 7,000 of my guys killed. Ugh. Who have we got here? Levies. Actual regulars, but not too much. It is pretty stacked with regulars, though. They're being overconfident now and going straight for the capital. And so we have had our revenge, which is easier to do on our own soil and not quite all the way in Egypt. You poor babies. Can't take care of things over here. After you fix up your morale some. I'm not so nuts, we're just gonna drop him right in. %. 44.99. Instead of all those guys there. -4 still. So, very close to getting what I want. We got prisoners. Slaughter them. If I can't use their prisoners without paying an extortionate amount, why should they? we got over here? 18 heavies? Haha, run, coward! We'll keep close by, though. Keep my boat safe. Took long enough for Megala. We still can't connect these two yet, though, because the inside parts here are very, very slow to form. Check. Bohemia's got some guys down here now, too. Well, there goes the neighborhood. Where to go next? Just drop in Bursa. We got these guys doing work over here. Taking more castles for the cause. -1 still. Ottomans, know when you're defeated. You know, once I finish up here, this is technically me ditching out of the war early. Once it's only Ottomans and Georgia versus the Pope, they'll probably take these away from him and officially remove the Pope's final presence, vassals included, from Europe. I am such a good Catholic. Some might even argue the best Catholic. So Catholic, we don't even need the Pope in Europe anymore. It makes it redundant. Peggy is going up. No coalition. One final guy left. I don't know, man. This could be pretty tough. Ankara. Where are you guys headed? So, that's a huge chunk of the Ottomans taken over. 38%. Come on. +1? I'll take the +1. That's a bare minimum. Anything more and they'll say no. Okay, let's get these guys back and replenishing. Because now that we're basically done here. And leaving the Pope to his own devices. I want to get ready for Egypt. I've been salivating for Egypt. Because these guys are back on, they refuse to be broken up. They're very on again, off again, but only very rarely off. And then one more half-second disconnection. Though... nearly 100% frames drop for a second there. What's it been, 6 hours? Should I call it here? It's gonna be Christmas Eve tomorrow, right? So I gotta kinda squeeze it as much as I can get. Tunis-Mali War. We could turn right back. Disconnect to reconnect. But the bitrate is still awful. So... it's getting more frequent. I'm gonna play Foolish and try to put in more prep work. Lots of Greek and Turkish. Both of which I'm pretty sure I'm accepting right now. Greek, or tolerating at least. Greek tolerated. Turkish tolerated. How's my inflation? 9.49. Let's get ahead and drop it then. There. We'll still make 1,000 a month. Nobles to go to 50 equilibrium. And my year of more taxes is almost up, isn't it? That's right. 7, 8, 9. And there they drop. They're minus 844 now. I picked a good time to drop my minting. But I do want legitimacy back up. But maybe not at the expense of almost 1,000 per month. I've only gotta wait like what? 38 more months? 38 months will be back up to 100? Oh, 0 kilobytes per second again. Well, shall we do countdown and... I was gonna say countdown to the disconnects, but then it popped back up to 1,014, which doesn't happen, then 5. It's just being silly buggers. You know what, I think that if I did get transcoding, my internet would be a bit more stable, because I got the stream over on this side over here, so I can keep tabs on things. Hey, Hordian! My beard looks unshaven, but also Merry Christmas. Sorry, Hordian, I might be a bit late saying hello to you. Because 1, trying to keep up with the game, but also 2, trying to keep up with the constant disconnection. So I'm sure that must have been a while ago when he said, Merry Christmas and beard looks unshaven. I'm so sorry, Hordian. And it is. My razor is one thing I left behind in the apartment. My electric razor when I was moving everything out. So, very disheveled right now. My estates, as soon as I've taken this place over. The burghers are building roads. The church is building a shrine. And there's part of my new fleet over here. And then he's gonna be stiff for a second. So what to drop? The cost of food. I could cut my cost of cord in half. Get merely 0.5 a month instead of 0.1. Oh yeah, duh. Army and fort cost. There, keep my whole integer. Nine more war galleons. Which puts me behind. About 28 away from Great Wu to catch up. But another 20 after that. I could see us getting enough. Getting enough boats to become the naval hegemon. This one also took ages. Join Lower Zambezi. Pops are missing goods in some markets. Tea? Paper! We're falling low on paper again. In the Napoli market. Okay. Paper workshop. That should hopefully be enough for now. Minus 43.55 still. Back to 65,000. See how quickly my manpower starts depleting. Putting two of these guys together. Admiral Second Navy. Was a port in Candia. How long until second cabinet slot? That's the next one, right? That'll finish next July. Though we could do double the integration. We've already got strengthening government and stabilizing country. What active charters do we still have? I'm trying to bridge this a little bit with the Wombo. And right next door too, France is somehow beating us out. So basically just here. Just these bits are the final bits. Honey is always losing food. Let me make sure, speaking of, that in all markets, fishing village are all subsidized, farming village subsidized, that my sheep farms, fruit orchards are all subsidized. once we inherit and subsequently annex Hungary, which is going to take forever given their size. It's already 1681 though, there's only 200 years left in the game. Given the size of Hungary, will I even be able to gobble it up? That's going to be the next major question. Temporary insanity of Alphonse of Eiffel. Alright. Lose 7s to... It's a good thing I'm choosing to replenish my legitimacy before my stability. Diplomatic insanity for 1 year. Who's hungry? First and Second Army are hungry? Okay. Let's put these guys on different islands. Maxed out food. Not maxed out food. How about down here in Candia? Minus 13.9, really? Starving on our own home turf. Gains food from Candia. What if we didn't have both boats on here? Like if these went over to here instead. Okay. Having so many fleets in one place does deplete. So we'll split them up. These guys should also be better on food. Minus 14. Oh, come on. These guys aren't starving out. Well, I guess they kind of are. And there's a drop again. Drop and reconnected. Is that my sign? Is 6 hours plenty for one stream? Is disconnect again and then reconnected? Is this reconnect gonna go better? And then 0 again. I think I'm gonna take the hint. I say I'm gonna take the hint and then that stabilizes. I'm gonna save anyway. Lutheran Zealots are the only Zealots we have right now, the only rebels at all. Minus 1,000 right now. Is the food situation really that bad here? I see them filled up. Filled up. But they are in need of replenishing, yeah. 3,000 only. So not too long, then they're maxed. They're making their own paper workshops. They see us lacking a need, and they're building on their own. They're building grand shipyards too. I give them the means, and they'll build it for me. Because some of those things are way expensive. So if they want to do it, I'm glad they're going to take on the risk. Cabinet seat +1. Cool. So many cabinet slots now. Abdolazadeh Korkut, 16 years old, he's got 47, 60, 92. Let's see, integration is martial. Reducing inflation is administrative. Strengthening government for legitimacy is also martial. We have plenty of people on martial already. What other tasks are there to be done? What would I have them do? Assimilate areas? Ow, ow, ow. Increase area control we can do more of? Convert province is also by the sword. Let's look for an admin guy. We don't have too many admin guys. Got some ancient admin guys. 87, 67, 97, 73. Okay, Auxilio Pessi. We'll put you in. He could also do diplomatic endeavors with his 12 diplomacy. 12 whole diplomacy. Increase province control, 97. It's province control. Let's do area control. Once most of these other tasks are done, we could have multiple people on area control to max it out even further. That's going to be really cool. Naval professionalism, the logistics defense to artillery bonus versus fort +1. War score cost. Proximity, happier estates, to musketeers. Then two-decker, Zebek, and frigates. I think 80k will be as far as I go. And then we'll see. Curia action block right now. Well, damn. Maybe I've been too slow. Maybe I let 10 years expire. Time is it? 5:02. Okay. So, we didn't get around to Egypt today, but we did get to take a major bite out of the Ottomans. Made a whole lot of infrastructural investments. Repelled a few rebels in Indonesia, and even took on Majapahit and lived. But the biggest thing we've done today is forsaking all these poor Angios who were waiting to inherit. The Luigis of the world, the Filippos, the Carlos, and jump shift over to the Alphonse of the Eiffel dynasty, because he's set to inherit England, Hungary, Poland, Galway, Tessatinids, Thessaly, Pale, Moldavia, Luxembourg, Stettin, Salzburg, and a whole bunch of other unimportant places. We jumped to dynasties because there was a chance of getting Hungary and a whole lot of other stuff in. And so legitimacy and stability took a dive to change the inheritance law to better match theirs, or at the very least get off of elective succession, so that when Dad does die and I inherit, then Italy will join the personal union, and we could try to integrate faster, and then try to assimilate Hungary as fast as we can. We'll probably have to wait like a decade or so before we can start. Probably. But we'll see. We're gonna get Hungary into us. And then my next primary objective will be to try to figure out how to get the Angios back in throne. So for now, we have everything in place to launch a crusade against Egypt at first opportunity. And so that is going to be our next expansion objective. For now, I'm going to call it here. While the bitrate still exists, I'm getting the message, reading it loud and clear. So for now, I see my call's back on. I have been in such pain suffering for moving everything out from the fire. He has also been driving himself sick. And so, I'm well enough to stream, he's well enough to stream. Let's go raid him in sympathy. We'll see if we do a Christmas Eve stream. It is going to be Christmas Eve after all. But then again, people will be enjoying their stuff, so I don't know. Maybe we'll do a quick one. Maybe we'll do Boxing Day. Who knows? Until then, folks, thanks for hanging out. Putting up with the cats. The shifted audio balancing, since it's not the environment that I set up my audio balancing for. Stick around for the raid. Say hi to Mac. And I shall catch you guys around the next time. Take care of yourselves.
Tsuki no showerを優しく浴びるとさよならの痛みも消えてゆくよああ思い切り今日生きたやつには 新しく雲の輝こう強く